All right, thanks, man. All right, let's go. Wait, I need to bring 3 wires. I'm gonna go into damn battlegrounds. Or wait, no, buried city. You don't like Bagception? I never really played Tarkov. I've tried to get into a chat, but it was like so overwhelming. Oh shit, I forgot to start my YouTube stream. Yeah, well, I don't even know if... I don't think there's like gear matchmaking in this. Alright, where do I go for this quest? I need to like look this shit up.
This is Shani speaking. I've identified the places most likely to give us a clean signal. Place the LiDAR scanners there. And don't fall down, Raider.
Let's move to that location.
Going. Going. It says this is where it is. If you bring high gear score, you're more likely to enter the map with less time on the clock. I feel like that's just a coincidence. If you take out good equipment, you get murdered within 5 minutes. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know. The thing is, like, I'll be honest, I kind of prefer playing this game in a group. Solo is definitely a different vibe. The thing about solos is I feel like it rewards, like, it rewards people like ratting so much more. I just want to get this quest done. We did it! Wait, is there more that I need to do? Nope.
Head home at the southern station.
Might go loot Plaza Rosa. This place got some good stuff. People are fighting over there. Please don't shoot me. The LiDAR one's also in Buried City. Don't I need a zipline for that, though? Or is that a different map? Isn't this the Galleria? Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a zipline. Maybe I'll find one. Maybe somebody already set one up. Johnny! Johnny, what you doing out there? Killing the Bastion? You want some help?
Yeah, there's a couple out here shooting him, but he's looking. Hold on. Ah, fuck, I gotta run like past him. Let's get to the back of the building, I think.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the butt's the weak spot. I think there's a way out in the back, yeah. Yeah, solos is definitely a vibe in this game. Why am I even looting shit, man? Holy shit! Ow.
Oh, he's angry.
Yeah. Does he? Are the spotters up?
Very upset. He's very upset.
Doing a little bit of looting. Just a little bit of looting. Sorry, buddy. Ooh, a zip line!
We're so close.
Is he smoking?
Oh, we killed him.
Oh, you killed him?
Shit. Ladies and
Nice.
gentlemen, good. Everybody come reap the rewards of hard work. Good. Way to use that teamwork. Very good, very good.
I can drop the Bastion parts for y'all if you need any. I don't need them.
I
so.
do need if I can. That'd be amazing.
Hey, I got a cell for y'all. There you go.
Bombardier cell.
Thank you.
Here.
That's huge.
I already got all the parts I need, so I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be a nice guy. I'll be a little nice guy. A lot of rubber from these hoses.
It is so fun killing these things, dude. When the whole lobby's shooting at it.
I killed the queen the other day. That shit was crazy, man.
No way.
Yeah.
Do you know? Oh, there's no Sentinel. I already checked. Fuck. I need Sentinel cores and rusted gears. I'm really struggling with that workbench.
Yeah.
today. Or,
Yeah, that's rough.
gunsmith.
I think I still need one more gear too. I'm going to the Galleria.
Appreciate
I gotta
the,
do that
I'll-
LiDAR
I'll
thing.
chill with you if you're down.
I mean, yeah, if you want to come with, it's all good. Whatever you want, man.
I'll come back. Easier extracts, anyways.
Let's go to the Galleria.
Train is on the way.
Yeah, I gotta zip up on top of like the tower up here, I think. I don't know if you know
Oh, you're
that
doing
quest.
that quest?
Yeah. I found a
Yeah,
zip line
I-
actually, so
That's
feels
huge.
good. No zipping. Oh, we're zipping. It's a nice guy.
Yeah, you know the sentinel spawns like right here usually, right? Under the bridge, I think.
I think so. Are you using like a map to look at the spawns? Or
No, oh, I guess I should.
yeah, there's like an interactive map you can use to like see
Yeah,
where
it's-
all
I
the shit
forget
is.
The website Mac something or something.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna kill this guy. I like being friendly in solo.
Lobbies are so volatile, like so different from lobby to lobby.
Yeah.
Get into a couple and it's just instantly everybody's killing everybody, and
I feel
other
like-
lobby everybody's chilling.
Yeah, in night raids, people are definitely more aggressive, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, that tower right there.
Yeah, I've been trying to do this quest for like days.
If you see any heavy ammo, let me know.
Drop like a little bit.
Oh shit, appreciate. Hell yeah.
Sweet. Ooh, another anvil. Heck yeah. Smoke grenade trap. I don't think I've seen one of those. Alright, you wanna hit this extract close by?
Head down to
Northern
Northern
Station.
Yep.
Where's the entrance to this thing?
Actually, you're good. I'm going to try to loot some of these cars for us in gears, I guess. Before I
Gotcha.
leave.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Appreciate your help, bro.
Yeah, no problem. How do I get out of here? Holy early stream? Yeah. Oh, looks like it hurt.
No, I missed it, man.
Nice.
That was close. That was close. Oh, yeah. All right. All right, man. I'll see you later.
Peace out, man. Alright, I'm back on my own. Hopefully, we need to be careful. There might be a guy lying in wait for us here. Oh, fuck, no. Up the Rocketeer! Not much time left, so we're probably chilling, but
An arc
Never
orbiter
know.
is en route. Safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I thought I had a smoke grenade. Get me out of here! Every time I press this button, it makes me fucking so anxious. Like some dude's just gonna shoot a bullet straight up my asshole. Alright, well, more money that I don't need, and more bullshit to put in my stash that I don't really want to put in my stash. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Rattler, Renegade, Hole Cracker. Also, there's a bug in this game where, like, when you try to upgrade, like, you right-click a weapon to upgrade it, but then it doesn't actually upgrade it. Like, the gun that pops up isn't the right one. It's kind of scuffed. I just got too much shit, man. Like, it's bad. It's bad. I have a hoarding problem, chat. The problem is, like, turning a resource into another item in this game doesn't even save you space, right? Like, for example, I could turn these sensors into the hatch keys, but the hatch keys don't stack. And, like, same with... I have enough materials to make, like... I have enough materials to make 15 Wolfpack grenades, but they don't stack either, so I'm not actually making space. It's just... I'm just making it worse. Like, it's so scuffed. I have fucking 80 simple gun parts. I don't know, man. This stash is like driving. It's like, what do I even do? Do I just start selling weapons? Go on PvP runs with the intent to not come back. I feel like at this point, I just have to sell like absolutely everything I get though. I'm still not really sure what's worth like recycling. I know I need... I've never seen one of these smoke grenade traps. Feels kind of pointless. Like, who fucking... Like, oh my god, guys, they hit the trap. Now we can't see them. Dude, yay, sick. Like... What's the fucking point? I mean, I guess you'll know if it... You'll, like... You'll know if they... Yeah, I know you can do crazy plays with smoke, but that's, like, to make yourself survive, no? Not... Like, I don't see a smoke really helping you kill somebody, you know what I mean? You can combo them with other traps. Yeah, but I still don't... Okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't see the value. I just don't see the value that much. Because, like, you can just buy a smoke grenade and throw it at your feet, no? They can't see you either. Yeah, okay, guys, listen, I'm just saying, there are traps in this game that stun you for 4 seconds straight and make you unable to do something. Or, there's a trap that provides cover for your enemy. Like... Hello? Hello? You know? You see what I'm saying now? You understand what I'm putting down? Not even sure what to sell. Wait, if I want to upgrade the Bobcat, do I need light gun parts? Maybe I'll upgrade these Bobcats. Oh, I do. I'll be honest, I don't really like the Patina. I feel like the Patina kind of sucks. All right, well that freed up a lot of space. That was good. Now I got some level 4 weapons that I'm probably not going to bring solo because I'm too much of a scaredy cat. Dude, I don't know. I've tried using the Patina and I just start spamming it and I just miss everything. Like the fucking accuracy is so bad. It's the only blueprint you found. I'm pretty sure it's the most common blueprint in the entire game, the Patina. I could be wrong though. All right, you know what, chat? Let's go run the locker route. I'll show you the magic of the locker route. Although I'm sure a lot of you already know it, and there's probably going to be people contesting it, but fuck it, whatever. Oh yeah. Let me start my YouTube stream. Yo, Dana, thank you for the 30 months. Thank you very much. I don't know how long we're going to play Arc Raiders for today, though. I'm kind of getting burned out on the game, to be honest. I don't know. Wait, did Anvil get nerfed? Or do you mean, like, compared to the playtest? Got nerfed after the playtest. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody put like somebody made like a spreadsheet of all the DPS of guns, like if you full auto into somebody, and the anvil the anvil's good if you have cover. If you're taking a straight gunfight, you just lose. Like if you're fighting somebody with like a Stitcher or a Torrente with an anvil, like close quarters, and you have to trade with them, you just lose. But if you have cover, it's really... They reload constantly. Yeah. Well, okay, to be fair though, reloading in this game is faster depending on how much ammo you're missing, right? So like reloaditis is actually kind of a good thing in some cases, because like for example with the anvil, if you only shot 1 bullet, you can reload and it's way faster than if you need to reload like 6 bullets. So yeah, it's not as bad. No, I'm gonna bring a Raider hatch key and put it up my butt. Where are my hatch keys? How many of those can I make, actually, I wonder? What is that, utility? Advanced electrical. There's probably a lot of people doing the security locker route here now that the game's been out a bit longer. probably gonna fight somebody. Let's see. What's up, Charlie? What is the key to the control room in the dam map? It just gives you like good loot, basically. What's up, Shadow Killer? Good morning. Wait, I didn't turn in my quest.
You did it. Nice. With this surveillance, go to any letter will do.
Buried
If
City,
you lose those scanners, you should be able
Spaceport,
to find more in the...
I wish we had the resources to
and
teach them.
Battlegrounds. There are legendary weapons, actually. There's 2 of them in the game. It's called the Equalizer and the Jupiter. You need to kill the boss to get it. Well, actually, I don't know. Are they? I'm pretty sure they're orange, right? Or no? Are they epic still? I assumed because the parts were yellow or orange that the weapon is also orange. But I don't have the blueprint to make the weapon. They're not the best for PvP. Yeah, they're mainly, those weapons are mainly used for like killing Ark, right? Oh my god, we are fucking... Spawn is dog shit.
Go to that location.
I almost feel like it's better to just go free loadout, and if I get a bad spawn, just fucking leave. Just kill myself and go back in again. Like, genuinely, dude, I hate running across the entire fucking map. Bring 1 nade. Well, you can just press surrender in the main menu. But the thing is, I brought in gear, so I don't really want to surrender right now. Birds. Honestly, dude, if somebody kills me, I don't even fucking care. Like, for real, dude. I don't care. I have nothing. Just got a blue looter and a anvil one. Matter.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
It's so easy to, like, get money in this game, I feel like. Actually, I'm gonna go through the inside. Go to the front. Damn, that's like right outside the tower. Actually, shit, maybe I should have... Well, we've got a murder hobo nearby. So, it's time to murder or get murdered. It's gonna be like... Oh my god. Jesus Christ, that just... That man... I didn't mean to shoot, bro! The other shot scared me! Oh, somebody just fell. Wait, what? Bye. Dude, when did he get... How did he fucking push up so close there? What the fuck? Hold on. Might be able to bait the body. He hugged the wall. Yeah, I didn't... What the... Thing is, whenever you shoot somebody in this game, there's a lot of the time somebody else is going to show up and tap your ass while you're looting the body, so... It was a free loadout? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he headshot me. He did my entire shield with that one shot, though. Kinda fucked me up. Surely nobody's... Oh, God. Ah! I heard... Should have closed the door down. Am I doing the thing where I shoot from 200 meters and run away? Maybe. Honestly, I want to keep these herbal bandages. Pasta. Prob- Sorry, buddy. Probably scared the shit out of him. Oh. No. No. He's fucking... God damn it, I didn't mean to reload my fucking Osprey. Could have killed him, dude. Fuck's sakes. Oh, that was terrible. I should have killed that guy. Oh, now he's fucking pissed.
Don't shoot!
Oh. Hi there. I don't even know where you are. Oh, what's up, homie? Dude had the drop on me and everything. I didn't even see that fucking guy. He could have killed my ass. I probably would have gotten cooked. Good thing you didn't realize I was the one sniping people from up there. Or maybe he did and he didn't want any of that. He didn't want any of it. God, dude, ledges in this game are so annoying. It's actually insane, like how bad mantling is in this shit. Somebody probably hit the lockers up here. Surely nobody's camping up here, right? What the? Oh, Jesus! Dude, I was like, what the fuck is making that sound? That was scaring me. Thought somebody was up here. Ooh, smoke. Is this... I'm gonna get revenge. Don't you hurt my friend! I don't even know who he is, but... Maybe they're all friendly and the guy got down to a bot and I'm just making things worse. Alright, well, I'm gonna leave. Not the snitches. Not the snitches. Somebody might have hit the locker here. Possibly. Really nobody's camping in this fucking lock. Wait. Am I did I just see somebody there? Am I crazy? Did you guys see somebody there? Or am I tripping? Was that at the elevator? Honestly, chat, I'm kind of thinking I might just... whatever, they're fighting. It's probably fine. Wait, is there shoddy ammo in here? Somebody's here. I swear somebody's here. Maybe I'm crazy. Dude, I swear I heard somebody outside that door. I think somebody's waiting for me. Nade? I could. But I swear somebody's fucking waiting out there, but... They haven't made a single noise. Maybe I'm crazy. I might just be tripping, dude. I don't know. No fucking way. He was on the right side. Oh, shit. Well, I'm an idiot. I should have went back. Dude, I just stared at him. I'll be honest. My being friendly actually just got like I was thinking for a second, maybe this guy's friendly. Like I literally saw him and I was like, I was gonna shoot him, but then I was like, oh, maybe this guy's friendly. No, of course he's not fucking friendly. He's camping me, bro. He's just sitting outside for 3 minutes straight. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. I hate this game, no. Dude, he killed me so fast, though. Why would you ever consider someone friendly? Because it's just... I mean, like I said, it's my bad. That nade fucking destroyed me. But to be fair, when he threw that nade, I could have absolutely blasted him, but I hesitated. I hesitated, man. It's totally my bad. I'm surprised somebody was still there, but at least I did know somebody was there. I hate the stash in this game, bruh. Enough space! I don't... Oh, wait. Now I can run a free loadout. Damn it, man. I should have been able to kill that guy. I fucked up so badly, man. Why did I hesitate? Well, yeah, it's because he was standing there, but he wasn't shooting me. I was like, oh my god, he's right there. But then he was just staring at me, so I was like, oh, maybe he's friendly. Well, I mean, you knew it was a rat. Yeah, I know, but like, If he shot me right away, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm dead. It doesn't matter. But like, if he shot me right away, I would have at least like ran and I could have thrown a smoke. But just him standing there and not shooting me just made me hesitate. Okay, well, we got a shit spawn. Although we spawned 18 minutes in. Ugh, this is so far away though. If I had a blue shield there, I might have been alright. Green shield fucking sucks ass, dude. It's so bad. Like, you just lose your shield in one fucking shot from, like, anything. Well, whatever. He got some good loot. Honestly, even if I made it out of that raid, I was just gonna be playing Stash Simulator for 15 minutes, so fucking whatever, dude. At least I kept the herbals. Game is getting flushed soon, yeah. Thought I heard an... Yeah, that nade fucking destroyed me. To be honest, I was so sure that he was on the left side that I just didn't even check the right. I played that kind of badly. That's alright, we just go next. Ooh, a renegade. Oh, a weapon crate up here too? Oh. I don't know if the arpeggio or the kettle is better. I think I'm just gonna hit that guard tower and then get out of here. Sell the weapons or something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just at the point where, like, I have so much loot that I don't really care about dying anymore. I just want to win fights. But, like, in solo, it's just awkward because, like, half the people don't want to fucking fight you, so it makes me, like, hesitant. Like, I should just kill everybody on sight, but, like, I don't want to because some people are nice. And some people, you know, what if they only have an hour to play? You know, they just got off their 10-hour shift, and then I blast them in the head and take all their loot. You know, well, that's just the name of the game, but still. I gotta say, Rocketeers are, like, the most oppressive enemy in this entire game. You get soft. Well, that's why I kind of like playing trios, because nobody's friendly in trios. I can just fucking... I don't have to worry about that. Bro, this Rocketeer is ruining everything. Honestly, I think I'm gonna hit the button and then go up to the security locker. Just play EU, no one is friendly there, even in solo. I see. Your friends and you are friendly in trios. Yeah, and how does that work for you, buddy? Hmm? my build focused on? Looting these fucking lockers. Damn, somebody already hit it? Fuck. We're getting stuff now. He didn't even loot the other stuff up here, though. Yeah, people are definitely becoming less friendly. Who is that aggroed to? Somebody is fucking camping, I swear. Maybe not? Wait, what? What achievement did I just get? I don't know. What achievement I got? Whatever. Well, we can trade this up for a looting augment, except I have no space. Yippee! Maybe I should just sell these recycle these Venator ones. I think I'm going to. This one's full durability. Do I have any other ones? Osprey one. Recycle that. Use some guns. Yeah, it's just like okay, the thing is, when I bring in guns, it's hard for me to want to just run around and loot like a crazy person. Like the more you move around the map and just make noise and just fucking like the more chance you're gonna run into people. So it's like when I bring good shit, a lot of the time I end up playing more like a rat and try to just like get the jump on somebody. Never know when you'll need 80 guns. It's only 60 guns, alright, man? Alright, dude?
Medical emergency Town 6, paramedics needed.
Chill, man, chill. Store the red pink guns for trade-ups, yeah. Alright. Bring a barricade kit. Sure that that's gonna come in handy. Oh, my Scrappy is full. Is there anything I can like make to free up space, maybe? Some Vita shots. I think they come in stacks of 3. I don't. I guess that freed up some space. Sell it all. Dude, but I don't need money, man. That's the thing. It's like money doesn't do shit for me. Control, sell half your inventory. Yeah, but I don't need money, man. I already got 300,000, dude. I just need loot. I need weapons. More weapons. More weapons. Honestly, though, chat, I feel like bringing in really good guns doesn't make that big of a difference. If anything, like consumables, like grenades and stuff, can make a pretty pretty big difference, I think, but do you really need green rarity stuff? For what? You ain't gonna use them? Well, okay, so like the thing is, normally I run gear when I do like trios. In solos, it's like all I need to do is hit one security locker and I've got a good weapon anyways. Like what the fuck does it even matter, dude? You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? You want to farm blueprints? Yeah, what is the best way to farm blueprints anyways? Yeah, well that's the thing, like, you can bring in purple gear, but if somebody gets the jump on you with a Stitcher with like an extended mag, they're still gonna kill you. Like, gray weapons are not that bad in this game. They really aren't. Hey, Honeycomb, thank you for the 6 months. I mean, if you have like a purple shield, you can definitely, like, purple shield makes a pretty big difference because it's nearly like 10% more damage reduction, which gray weapons are good. I think like the kettle and the Stitcher. I mean, the Pharaoh's alright as like an opening shot on somebody, but locked rooms are solid for blueprints. You get a lot of blueprints from the security lockers, but I think it's only like weapon blueprints. Like you don't get. I don't think you get like the other types of blueprints that you want. The Blue Gate Underground. Yeah, we could go Blue Gate Underground. There's some cool stuff down there. Bring another loot or two, I guess. You need to augment blueprints. I actually got the Combat MK3 blueprint yesterday. You know what's funny? I think that the best augment in the entire game is the Tactical MK2. I mean, like, dude, this effect is so broken. It's crazy. It's like the amount of people that have survived because of this shit upon shield break deploys a smoke grenade. It's insane. Like, it's actually so good. Never go Blue Gate Underground again. Yeah, it is pretty confusing down there. It's funny because there's so this is the Tactical MK2, but the Tactical MK3, the effect is fucking dog shit. It's like, upon getting revived, heal yourself for 20 health. Oh, yippee. Like, oh, that's a fucking bandage, bro. That's nothing. And you already need to be dead. You can't even use that solo. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I honestly think the Tactical MK2 is like the best augment, apart from the fact that you can't use a heavy shield, but like, at least for like budget, I guess, I think the Tactical is best. Yeah, the carry weight is the downside. Do. Shotgun mag, medium mag. Do I have any shotguns I can put this mag on? Volcano? Nice, Mr. Tomato. Maybe I should bring the Renegade in. We have so many of them. How many of these do we have anyways? 7? I'm a fellow hoarder. Yeah, I have a problem. Okay, like, honestly, chat, the main thing, you know, I'm gonna get this Minesweeper perk. I don't know if it's even useful, but it's only 1 point. The main thing that makes me care less about bringing in weapons is how good the security locker perk is. Like this perk you just get a weapon. So it's like if I bring in 2 juicer weapons and then I hit all the lockers and somebody kills me, they're gonna get like fucking 8 weapons, which like good for them, but I'm also gonna be fucking fat as shit. Like if I have 2 good weapons on me and I go into the raid and I hit those security lockers, now I have like 6 purple weapons on me and I'm like 100 weight and I can't even move. You know what I'm saying? It's it's kind of nice just bringing in a shitty weapon because you can just drop it when you get something good. Dismantle, yeah. I guess you could just dismantle, but
Gear up or get moving.
free kid 0 to hero run. What I've been doing is I have no rubber? God damn it, my inventory. God damn it, Scrappy. I know I can make shields from that, but whatever. I still don't have space, bruh.
Teachers to Education Center, please.
What do you mean I don't have enough stats? What do you mean? How do I not have enough stash space? Oh, now I do. Did I buy some stuff at Celeste?
Sorry, busy day. Perfect.
Is there anything else I even need? How much fabric do I have? Buy another
Hello
hole
again.
cracker, but I don't want to do that yet. Back again. Oh, you know what? I need to make more. I'm just
Come
gonna
on.
trade.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna refine some stuff. I need more rubbers.
Hey,
I love that you have to click each one. 10 out of 10. Great game design.
Thanks,
Truly. Need a fucking auto clicker for this, dude. Need to make more of these parts. Alright, that's good. Yeah, there should be a way to like increment it more, honestly. Alright, I'm just gonna bring a Pharaoh. Pharaoh and a Dream. Pharaoh and a Kettle. Let's go. I want to try to loot I want to do the Harvester quest, man. I want to get the blueprint. 5 empty spaces in the stash. Holy shit, we're cooking. I don't even know where to go. We can go Blue Gate tunnels, I guess. It's probably going to be an absolute shit show down there, but... How many hours do I have in the game? 85. I have a problem. Actually, so I think some of that might be like AFK. Holy shit, what is this spawn? Wait, did we spawn in late? Oh, we did. Hmm.
Go to the head house.
I should always bring a looter too, though, so I have the 2 safe pockets. They're really easy to make. So. What do you get from these things? Wait, did somebody already loot this? Oh. Oh, you get 500 XP from this. I'm not fucking with that Rocketeer. Is there a zip line here to go down or something? Yeah, I kind of wish this game was first person, because like pushing into people in this game is so, I don't know, you're just like at an advantage because of like peekers, like people being able to peek you. I think we want to go this way.
Let's go to the reinforced reception.
I don't know what.
Up there.
Oh wait, I need to kill that. Wait, what? God, the Pharaoh fucking sucks ass. Jesus, bruh! Where the fuck did you come from? Damn, homie. That was fucking cold. Wait, is that... Did I get shot by a player? I guess he did shoot me. Because I lost my shield and I was just like, what the fuck just happened? I think he shot me, and when it happened, I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go. I can't be bothered to re-gear, dude. I'm going free loadout. I lost my entire shield. I guess he shot me. I don't know. I had no idea that guy was there. Really? I guess he was just hiding in a fucking car or something and just... Yeah, classic. I shouldn't use it. I wish there was like a I wish there was a button you could press to just like buy a loadout that you want. You know, just like you press a button and it buys you bandages and all this stuff. And you know what's even more annoying? When you buy shit in this game, it goes straight into your fucking into your stash, which is really stupid. Wait.
We've spotted a harvester in your
Harvester?
area. A queen is guarding it with her life.
Oh shit.
Only engage if you've brought your best gear. Lots of backup.
Wait, there's
Very good
harvester
plan.
here? Hold on, I might, maybe, shit. I kind of want to just surrender and bring in an actual kit so I can get the blueprint. I want to try to do that quest. Maybe I can find somebody to do it. Toaster, yeah, I already got the toasters I need. I mean, we could go try to do it, but it's gonna... Oh, shit. It's gonna feel really bad if... Wait, where is the harvester on this map? Wait. Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, it's here.
Let's go to the harvester.
Have you guys seen this thing before? Whatever, we can go try. Fuck it. Or I could just extract. And then bring a green kit, so I actually bring like a looter. I mean, whatever, we're close, fuck it. Wait, is it? Oh! There's no way I'm doing this puzzle solo, dude. Oh shit, he's dead! He's dead! Or maybe I shouldn't put down a jolt mine. Hey, buddy, no, don't look at me. Don't shoot. Chat, this is gonna feel really bad if I die here. I wish I just wish I wish I had an actual kit right now, but whatever. Thing is, I'm gonna do this whole puzzle, get the blueprint, and then just end up fucking giving it to somebody because I don't have a goddamn free loadout, or I don't have a goddamn looting kit. Yo, what's up, homie? What's up? You want to come in here? Alright, man. Where is this last battery? Have I not opened everything already? Is that all way? Yeah, it's waiting outside for me. Is there one? Wait. Oh my god, it's down there, bruh. What's up, buddy? Yo, come in here. Yo, come in here. Oh shit. Wait, no, we gotta get out. Open him. Oh. Alright, we're gonna get the fat loot, homie. Alright? Open this shit up. Oh, we gotta put it in. Did we do it? Oh, alright, we gotta hit these yellow thingies. You can also melee them. Oh, shit. You think this guy's gonna kill me, chat? No, he said something. He said hi. Pick me up, goddammit. Bro! I can't fucking jump. Wait. Oh, we're fine. What? This is gonna end in tragedy, I just feel it, chat. I'm not killing this guy, dude. I want somebody to fucking... I want this guy to help me get the fuck out of here. I'm scared, dude. I don't got any shields. I'm on a free loadout. This is fucked. Alright, good shit. We almost got it, buddy. We almost got it. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's go! Alright, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I hate the rocks in this game so much. We got it! Let's go! Double blueprint! Holy shit. We're gaming, bro. We got both the legendary blueprints. Free loadout. All right. Well, I can't even make them because my gunsmith isn't level 3, but... Hell yeah. Never craft one. I have 5 queen reactors. Thank you very much. Yo, that felt good. That was intense, man.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, but dude, sometimes I just go free loadout because I don't want to re-gear. I just get tired of re-gearing, man. What is free loadout? It basically means like you're going in as a scav in like Tarkov. I think Tarkov has loadouts now, yeah. How do I think I'm really close to upgrading this thing. Oh yeah, I need, dude, I was gonna get the firing core when I went into the fucking tunnel there, but then that butthole fucking killed me. I mean, whatever, he's just playing the game, but I'm still gonna call him a butthole, I don't care. Buried City is the best for Sentinels. How many of these? I want to make another looting MK2. Oh, it's electrical component.
Woody.
I hate that the items you pick up go straight. Why do they go straight into your stash? It's so stupid. Or like when you buy stuff, it just goes straight into your stash. It's kind of obnoxious. Maybe I should bring like a blue shield. Maybe I should actually bring something decent. Oh, uses steel springs for that. Maybe I don't make those. Maybe it's probably better just to buy them. I think you have a limit to how many you can buy though, right? Oh wait,
Out with it.
yeah. I guess you can only buy 5. Still a decent amount though. Should we go back and do that puzzle again, chat? I mean, we could. We got the blueprints now though, so I don't really know. I guess there's not really much of a point. But we could. I'm just gonna sell these showstoppers. They're good, but they're worth a lot of money, so. Keep this lure grenade on me.
Can I help you? Try not to have too much fun with that.
In that last raid, I definitely could have killed the guy that was shooting the other dude, but I didn't want to reveal myself. I really didn't want to lose those fucking blueprints. I'm glad we made it out. Is there anything else I should bring? One blaze grenade. Oh yeah, normally I bring... Smokes are like super good. Can definitely save your ass sometimes. The guy well, to be fair, I could have mowed that guy's asshole down. I had like the perfect spot to kill that dude, but I don't know. Everybody was shooting each other. I didn't want to fucking reveal myself. Nah, dude, it's really hard to see people in bushes. At least that bush was so fucking like thick. I was hidden in that shit. Nobody was finding me in that bush. Unless they're cheating. Alright. Dude, the kettle one is not bad. Like if it's decent DPS. 30k and going in with small smokes, but I can't make you can't I don't have the blueprint for good smokes, and you can't. Well, I guess you can buy the good ones. I should actually probably buy those when they're... Because blue smokes are really, really good. I'm gonna buy them... Well, no, well... I don't know, god damn it.
Hello again.
I mean, this is a decent budget kit. Dude, it's just... Didn't you say shock was good? The thing is, chat, it's like, it's hard for me to want to go in with like super good shit solo. Cause it just, I don't know, man. It feels more fun to run really good gear in like, in a group. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, the herbal bandages are good. I can bring like 2. It's not even the fear of losing good gear. It's more so like, a lot of the time when I die, it's not like, oh, if I had a better gun, I would have beat him. It's like, I got fucked and I would have been dead regardless of what I did. You know what I mean? Like, you can kill... If you get the jump on somebody, you're gonna kill them with the gray weapon. It doesn't even matter. Like, you don't need purples. The only thing that, like a heavy shield and, like, good gear is going to win you fights in, like, a straight-up, like, gunfight. But if somebody gets the jump on you, even if you have really good gear, you're probably still gonna die. Just still run better gear. You're constantly fixing stash space. Yeah. Yeah. Solo, you have a better chance to win fights with better gear. I mean, like, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. Don't misconstrue me, but I was saying this before, but when I run good gear in solos, I'm gonna end up playing like an absolute rat, and I'm just gonna crouch walk everywhere and try to jump people, because it's like I don't want to lose the gear, and I know if I'm running around, like, if I'm running a budget kit, I just run around and I just don't even give a shit. But like, when I run good gear, I end up playing so like safe. I need to get Sentinel cores. Where should I go for that? "90% of the time you can run away and reheal shield." Yeah. Yeah. But somebody who's good is also going to push you when you shield, when you try to shield. I need one more Sentinel. I want to make these legendary weapons. I'm definitely never going to bring them in solo, but I would like to run them in trios. Yeah, I guess we could go Dam. And try to kill that one. Well, you can get the blueprint solo. I'm saying I don't want to run legendary weapons solo. Especially because if somebody here, well, I guess a lot of people probably don't know what guns sound like, but dude, like, if you bring a legendary weapon into a raid later in the game's life, people are gonna know what they sound like, and the moment they hear you shoot that shit, people are gonna be beyond you like flies on shit, dude. It's gonna be like, everybody is gonna run to you to get that thing. Silencer, can you silence the legendary weapons?
Celeste speaking. The memorial is in the Formikai Hills, near an old First Wave wreckage.
Where are
It's
these
makeshift,
things?
just like we were, but it's there. Make sure it's all still standing.
Apparently there's one...
Let's go to that location.
No attachments? Oh, for the legendary weapons? I see. Yeah, the sound of the legendary weapons is like totally different. Sprinting towards Jupiter, yeah, exactly. Like the Jupiter makes like such a loud fucking sound. Well, legendary weapons are actually pretty easy. Well, I shouldn't say easy to get, but like if you kill, all you need to do is do the puzzle and then kill the queen once, and you basically have like a legendary weapon. But killing the queen is a fucking, it's a pain in the ass. We killed it one time, the queen, and it was like, it took us like, we were playing trios. And we killed a duo with like with 2 Hullcracker 4s and like 140 fucking launcher nades. So we just took that. We took their fucking Hullcrackers and we just killed it. And I think we made it out with like 30 seconds left. It took us like 10 minutes of just spamming. I think we used every single fucking heavy like launcher nade. Take her leg only and you get 1 queen reactor, or you kill her and you get like 15. So, I mean, where am I? How do I get up here? Soloing the queen is impossible. I don't know about impossible, but... Takes like 20 minutes with optimal gear. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Did these guys kill each other? What the fuck happened here? Am I gonna get shot the moment I loot these? Oh, they don't got shit. Wait, I see the sentinel. Think. Wait, where was it? I saw it. I saw it's like... Where is this thing?
Meow. Meow. Meow.
What? What the fuck was that? Ni hao? Is that a player, bruh? What the hell was that? Where is this sentinel? I have no idea. I saw it. You guys saw the laser, right? Is it like inside? I just need the firing core. Where's this shit, man? Isn't it like
Let's move to that location.
down there or something? Not where the broken bridge is. I don't see it though. Maybe somebody already killed it. There was one. I saw the laser or like the sights on it. I don't know where it is.
Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey.
Dude, what is who? I don't know. How is that? What do you mean, bruh? What is going on? Is this guy like stalking me and spamming TTS? Joining my party from the main menu. Naomi, what the fuck? Naomi, get the hell out of here. What are you doing? I just need this firing core. Alright, well this is fucked. I don't know what to do. Maybe I just try to rat somebody. Wait, there's only 11 minutes left.
Goodbye. This is my last message. I love you.
Let's move to that location.
Hi, Naomi. Love you too. Try ARC couriers? What even is an ARC courier? Also, dude, I need to fucking go to the bathroom. Oh, the oval things on the map. I see. This match has been extremely uneventful. Maybe we just try to rat somebody. I don't know. I haven't gotten anything. I'm not sure where the ARC couriers are. Wait, can I look them up on the map? Probably not. Well, maybe. ARC courier. Oh, I can.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Go to that location.
And there's one right here. Or there can be. I guess they're random spawns.
Go to the domes. Let's go to that location.
There's one over here. That's so far away, though. Also, the map the map says that there's security lockers in the Hydro Dome, but I have not seen any. I don't know if that's like the map is wrong. They're random spawns. Oh, it's weird how some of them are random and some of them aren't. Like, kind of weird. Base is best for lockers. Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, I know. I wish there was like... why is there not a button to like drop shit in this game? Honestly. Yeah, I know you can drag the side to like drop, but wait, did they just summon? Oh god. Wait, what is a processor? Oh, right, those things. I actually need more rubber. Ooh, rusted gear. We actually have enough of those, but I guess I could grab it if one of my buddies needs it. Put it in my butt. Because you can actually drop, like, quest items for your teammate when you load in, and they can just stash them. Pretty nice, actually. Well, this water treatment elevator is going to be an absolute fucking shit show. Unless I can make a hatch key, but I only have one sensor, so probably not. Do any of these salvage into sensors? I think there is something that salvages into sensors, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, the remote controls. I feel like it's kind of hard to get the advanced electrical components, though.
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find
Shoot that Rocketeer. I would rather not die. Thank you very much. And a probe normally gets you on? Hmm. And refine advanced electrical. Not in raid though. I'm just saying, like, cause there has been some raids where I've actually made a hatch key from looting. It's nice that you can actually make it in raid. It's definitely came in clutch before. Recharge my 2% shield back. Well, time to go to the fucking hellhole. Oh, mushrooms. I don't actually need these anymore. Dude, there's like fucking war going on out there. Holy. thought I just heard somebody. Am I fucking crazy, bro? You guys got a fucking zip line? What's up, buddy? Holy shit. Are we trucing or are we fighting, bruh? Alright. I agree with this action. There's not enough time left. Yeah, let's dance.
Yeah, it's go time.
Nice.
Honestly, I kind of wanted to shoot this guy. I definitely feel like I could have killed this guy because well, I don't know, like I definitely could have killed this guy. He was like stuck pushing the button. I could have just blasted his ass, but there was barely any time left. Dude, I'm too nice in solos, man. I don't want to kill people, but it's literally the game. It's just that's why I like trios. I can just murder to my heart's content. A serial killer mentality. All right, man. I don't think we need fried motherboards. I don't know what. Wait, what do I actually need these for? Because I think we have we already have 9. I don't. For for utility? Oh, yeah. Wait, what do these recycle into? Oh, electrical. Actually need those. You can see them all much easier in the logbook. Ah, I see. We'll keep 3 fried motherboards in case somebody else... In case I need to drop them for a teammate or something. I need 1 Leaper Pulse unit, and I need 1 Sentinel Firing Core. Dude, that was such a... Dude, nothing fucking happened in that game. Well, I think solo murder spree, just load up into Blue Gate tunnels and you're good. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yo, Night Raid, everyone's evil there. Yeah, that's also true. Scopes for kills, not for loot. Yeah. I don't know. The thing about solos is I feel like rarely you actually have a good fight in solos. It's like you snuck up on somebody and you fucking instantly evaporated them, or they did that to you. Like, there's not really extended gunfights in solos, you know what I mean? I mean, not to say that it doesn't happen, but... I've had some, like, absolutely insane fights in trios that are, like, so much more fun. Whenever I kill people in solo, it's like, okay, I snuck up on them, headshot them while they're, like... Headshot them while they're just standing still, and then, you know, finish them off. Yeah, Trey, 100%. Trey, I got the blueprints. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I got the blueprints for the fucking legendary guns. I got both of them earlier on a free loadout kit. I want to make these bad boys. You have to do like you get the blueprint from doing this like puzzle room on the Harvester map. So if you go to this map, Blue Gate, you can go in. So the boss, there's this like building next to the boss, right? And you need to go in the building, and you need to breach all the containers at the top of the building. And there's batteries in them. Once you find all 3 batteries, you put them in the center of the building. And then there's like these yellow flashing things that you need to destroy. And once you destroy all the yellow flashing buttons or whatever you want to call them, then there's like 3 loot containers that open up. And most of the time there's a blueprint. I'm pretty sure you're like almost guaranteed to get a blueprint if you loot all 3 of them. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go get some water real quick, chat. I will be right back. I'm back. Dude, I'm so excited for Welcome to the Game 3. It's gonna be sick, dude. Could go back to the Harvester. Wait, can I get the Sentinel firing core? Are these the things you're talking about, Chad? Are these the couriers? Well, I know they're not the Sentinels, but... Hey, Cool Bean, thank you for the 66 months. They're more common in a night raid. Oh, well, put me in. Hey, Daimler, thank you for the 45 months. I think we joined a raid in session. Slightly in session. Where are the Sentinels?
Tien Wen here. The weapon cache is near the gas station at the outskirts of the town.
Apparently there's one, like, under the bridge, potentially.
Go to that location.
Am I gonna play OSRS on stream when Sailing comes out? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Maybe. Turbo pump. Oh. Steel springs. We need those. So turbo pumps and the spring coils are good for the steel springs, I know. The thing is, these go like electric when you pop them, I think, right? Dude, what? It's crazy that you get purples from these husks. I feel like I should always keep my gun out in solo. Like, the time it takes to pull out your gun can just get you fucking killed sometimes. Did it just blow itself up? What is going on? Is somebody shooting it? I don't hear gunshots. Just want a Sentinel firing core, man. Maybe we hit up Plaza Rosa just for the loot. Oh. There's a husk here. Yeah, this seems safe, right out in the open. Can you throw these things? Oh no. Can you get one shot? I'm guessing if you get shot in the head with the legendary sniper, it's probably a one-shot, but apart from that, I'm not sure. I mean, we're kind of on the edge of the map, so... What was that? I think that was just a bot or something, I don't know. You know what, it's better to actually get up on the roof. Or maybe there's a guy just camping, waiting for me. Better to get on the roof here, because you can go... You can avoid the breach door by jumping in right here. But what is with all the fucking purple attachments? Holy shit. Shotgun silencer. I don't want to grab... Dude, I don't have the recipe for the barricade kit, but it's so good. Actually. Wait, I left it? Oh, shit. Oops. Did I? Breaching the door from the inside sounds different. Kind of interesting. Holy fucking flashbang, bruh.
Let's head home at the Southern Station.
Not sure where the best spot to, like, hide is. I feel like this is a decent corner, but it's also kind of predictable, so I don't know. Beg for his life while getting extract camped here. Yeah, in trios we have died so many times pushing in there because what trios will just go down there and they'll fucking like set up 1,000 mines and traps and they're all holding some like cheeky ass fucking corner. The moment you drop down, you just get like destroyed. Oh. I can use this on the Bettina. There's a bug that lets you get behind textures. Interesting. Somehow I was actually able to deposit everything. Crazy. Yeah, I'm curious how much storage space they're actually going to give you for the expeditions. Have I tried to do silly things in this game yet? Like out of bounds? No, not really. What do you mean like out of bounds? Did I just sell these Rocketeer drivers? What do they recycle into? Oh, you get components. Might be better just to recycle them then. Oh, you can make mod components. Oh, you can make antiseptic. Oh yeah, and the explosive compounds. We can make dude, it's so stupid that wolf packs don't stack. What were they thinking, man? Do you have any nice blueprints? Not really. Well, I got the combat MK3 blueprint, but the thing is I don't really have that many like attachment blueprints. I feel like the attachments for guns help a fair bit. Like I have the blue weapon prints, and I've got patina, shotgun choke, renegade. I got the legendary blueprints, but it's not like it's even hard to get those, honestly. You could show all them by pressing R in the workshop. Oh, yeah, I don't have very many. 20 out of 68. Holy shit. The problem is I've mainly just been like looting the lockers, and I don't think that the lockers can give you like I think the security lockers only give specific yeah, silencer blueprint would be really good. I want what is the best way to get blueprints? Like I genuinely don't really know. Raider caches. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I've found that many from Raider caches. I got this combat MK3 one just from, I think from a trial. Oh yeah, this, look at this, 11,000 damage to Arc. This is when we fought the Queen, I think. This trial, destroy ticks, fireballs, and pops. Absolute bullshit. I don't even know how you're supposed to get this one done. The supply drop one is super shitty too. Yeah, I know you have to do a night raid for it. Game good for solo. It's fun, but it's also stressful. It is definitely stressful. You guys like the arpeggio? Can be chill depending on the map. Yeah. Yeah, free kits are... Well, okay. Free kits can be stress-free. I think you should put a disclaimer there, because when you're running a free kit and you get something really good, like an amazing blueprint, and then you can't put it in your safe pocket, it feels really bad. And it's like every time I run a free loadout, that's when I get good shit. like I run that free loadout on Bluegate, and then it's like, oh, there's a harvester, and then I end up with 2 legendary blueprints. Can always run a shit cheap loadout to get the safe pocket. Yeah, okay, see, that's the thing. You say that it's a free loadout, but it's not, because you still got to get the shield and the augment and then some heals and like a shield charger and then a gun. Like it's not really free. You're still spending like 5 or 10k, unless you just craft the I mean, you can craft a lot of this stuff. You don't have to buy it necessarily, but yeah, I mean, I feel that. A lot of the time I would just go in with like a green looter and a green shield and like a feral one. Yeah, I know that they're super cheap to make. Trust me, I know. I've been there. What's the point of great weapons? You barely shoot at players anyways. Sometimes I do. If I play trios, you'll see me shooting a lot of people. Do I mainly play solos or squads? I've been playing squads mainly. I don't know. I find solos kind of boring. Like, just I don't like the fights in solos. It like you don't actually get good. You don't get good fights. It's just like you sneak up on somebody and you fucking assassinate them. That's solos in this game. Whereas in groups, it's like you actually have extended fights. Although I will say, in trios, the longer you fight somebody, the more people are gonna show up. Like, if you have extended fights in trios, that's another thing. It's like the fights are fun, but then you have a really good fight, and you beat them, and then some other team rolls up and just finishes you, and they get everything. Like, dude, we were doing a trios the other day on, I think it was Bluegate, and we ran in free loadout, and we walked into this building, there was 2 people, I think 2 people left on the team. One of them had died, I think. We killed these 2 people. There were 9 bodies in the building. Like, and they were all unlooted. It was so stupid. Like, we barely did anything. We were the last people to show up, and they had just finished their fight, and then we just run in and we finish them, and then we get everything. I mean, that's just the name of the game, but it feels really bad when it happens to you. It feels really good. I mean, it's a nice come up when you're the one that does it, but I think the issue with this game is like the fact that people spawn in continuously throughout the raid is so annoying, because it feels like if you take fights early on, you're almost putting yourself at a disadvantage. Like once you pass like the 16-minute mark, then you know that nobody else is spawning in. So like if you kill a team, there's not going to be another team that just spawns in and runs you down. Without spawn, you would never see enemies. I feel like sometimes there's too many though. Like some of the dude, there have been games in trios where I've said this multiple times. It's like you're literally playing a fucking wave defense. Like it's like you kill one team. Oh, here's another. Oh, you kill that team. Oh, another one. Kill that team. Whoa, fourth team. It's and like you don't even get to loot the bodies. You're like, you finally kill a team and then you start looting and then boom, somebody gets cracked in the head and it's like, oh my God, another team. And then, you know, you fight them for 2 minutes and then the next team that spawns in hears you shooting. So they run up and it, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's crazy. It's fun, but it's also really annoying. I don't know. I feel like this, I mean, I don't know how the spawning system works in this game. Because I think there's 7 teams total that spawn into the match. People were saying there's like 21 players. I guess like 7 teams. But then I think every time a team dies, another team spawns in. And you know, I wonder if there's even a limit to it. You know what I mean? Like, if a bunch of people just keep dying super fast, you could end up with a match with 20 teams in it. All right, well anyways, sorry, I'm just sitting here yapping. We should play the game. Wait, there's 2 harvesters active? Oh, that's crazy. I've never seen that. I need to get a leaper unit, so maybe I'll just go Blue Gate. Yeah, when we play trios chat, our strat is if we lose our kits, we just insta queue up free loadout and run towards whatever gunfire we see. And it's worked surprisingly well a lot of the time. It's like, oh, we see a flare, fucking W key, and then you just show up and you just third party and then you get all the loot. The only thing that sucks is like you don't have that much inventory space. I still need a sentinel firing core, though. I don't actually have that much ammo for my anvil. I don't know where to go here. Yeah, no, it's not really ratting. It's just, it's more like aping, I would say. Oh wait, this is the courier, right? Oh, I got it. Fuck yeah. That's a spawn point right there. have I not killed this guy? He hiding in the bush? I might. Bruh. I'm so bad. This guy clearly doesn't want to fight. I'm pretty sure he's like a free loadout. I mean, he didn't even try to shoot at me, bro. He clearly just wanted to survive. Well, we have the Sentinel firing core. I don't really know where I should go. He might feel like he wants some revenge. Can you turn off your foliage to see through bushes? I don't know. There has been times where I've been hiding in bushes and people have seen me surprisingly well, so it does make me wonder, like... My outfit, my fucking barrel thing on my back is kinda... Yeah, this orange armband isn't great. There's flares going off. Maybe they're dying to robots, though. Where I heard somebody, like, step on a piece of metal or something. Bakey June, he's talking. See, when people talk, it makes me less want to shoot them, though. Did hear somebody over here. I feel like this guy actually killed somebody. Well, there was a flare over here, so I feel like he killed somebody, but I don't see a dead body. Sorry, Blakey.
Nice, you're a fucking loser.
See, this is why I don't like... Bro, there's another dead body on the ground. What do you mean I'm a loser? You probably fucking killed him. This is why, dude, it's like, I don't... Solos is just... I just feel bad when I kill people, man. But it's like, that guy probably would have killed me if he had the chat. Dude,
Let's head home at the Overlook air shaft.
Oh my god. Survey the area. Wait, there's a player. Oh, I don't like my positioning. Somebody's behind me. I'm so fucked right now, though. I could ask him if he's friendly. I didn't kill him? Did I not kill him? Fuck it. Thanks for the extract, buddy. I probably should have just killed him. To be honest, he was fucked up, but I don't know, once I missed that down, I didn't really want to try to push it anymore. I should have downed him, but the like bullet travel time on the anvil is kind of tricky. I feel like I don't know, maybe I was leading it too much. Should have finished him. Yeah. This is my raider friend. Not friendly. Depends what I'm feeling like. Everyone you run into is a girl, yeah, because you can change your voice. What is antiseptic? I need that for something, but whatever. What about the chargers? Oh yeah, let's can finally do it, chat. Woohoo! Legendary weapons. Woo! Oh shit. Bring them both in. No, I'm not doing that. I don't even have like energy clips for them. I actually need to get energy clips if I want to use these things. Because I don't think I have like any. Yeah, no, I don't have any energy clips. Just launcher ammo. Oh, can you buy the energy clips? Oh yeah, you can.
What'll it be this time?
Never mind. I know you can loot them as well from the... I think you get the energy clips from like the harvester puzzle. What's weird is the energy clips don't sell for like anything. They sell for 25, which I guess it's because they don't want the loot room to be like too valuable or something. I don't know. Where'd you get the blueprints? You have to do the harvester puzzle. We could go do the harvester puzzle. There isn't really much value to doing it now that I have both the blueprints, though. What kind of skills do I have? I have the security locker and mobility. Not really sure what to go for now. Kill the queen. I mean, I can't do... I'm not going to be able to do that solo. I'd need to do that in like a group. Honestly, the proficient prior is probably nice. I know you can solo it. I'm not saying you can't, but you need to bring in like hundreds and hundreds of ammo. Like if you want to do it solo, you probably gotta bring in like a whole cracker 4 and like 200 launcher rounds. The thing is, can you even buy like unlimited launcher rounds?
Yes?
I guess you can. That's nice. What does it take to upgrade these hull crackers? Steel springs. You can't make steel springs either, can you? No. Kinda rough. Do I have anything that I can dismantle for springs? Yeah, you can buy them with the seeds, but I think I already bought those. Yeah, I always buy them when I can. I didn't realize how valuable steel springs were. There's definitely been moments where I like threw them away when I shouldn't have. At least we have some stash space now. You need to take 2 whole crackers for her solo? Really? That's fucking crazy. I guess we can buy another whole cracker.
Was it something else?
Although that maybe we should. Well, I like to do. I like to try to buy certain things. If you bring some wolf packs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a ton of magnets. I think. Yeah, I have like 70 magnets. What was that sound? Am I gonna do an expedition? This thing are you talking about? I don't know. There's... Need 2 cooling fans. Dude, 35 durable cloth. My god. I know you can refine into that, but man, you need a lot. And to be honest, I would rather just put it into frickin' herbal bandages. They're so much better. They don't have any great moline. Hey, our stash is getting free again. Magnets are for Venators. Oh, do you need magnets to upgrade Venators? Or for making them, I guess. You're saying? "12 slots isn't free." Well, decent. I'm such a fucking loot hoarder, though. Why am I like this? Where do you get cooling fans, anyways? I mean, we could ask Trey if he wants to play, like, trios or something. Well, I mean, if it's just Trey, that's not enough to do trios, but Mitch is around, too. Oh, are you playing with Trey Couscous? You could try some trios. Infinite guns and goes in with the Kettle 1 and Anvil 2. Yeah. 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 18 minutes left. Oh, sheesh. Isn't there a bunch of husks around here? I need 1 leaper driver. Can you get the leaper units from the electrified husks? What's the point of having all the gear if it's never used? I would rather use the gear in trios than in solos. That's the big thing for me. But I know that's, I mean, it's kind of just an excuse, but...
Leaper, over there.
Solos is just all about getting the jump on somebody, and if you get the jump on them, you can kill them with the goddamn gray gun, honestly. Well, we could try to kill this leaper. I don't know if I have enough ammo for it, though. I do have a blaze grenade. Is there like a spot I can cheese this guy? Here. Great. Well, that did fucking nothing. Oh wait, actually, no, that did a lot. Where you going? We're almost there. Try the circular reticle. How do you change the reticle? Someone will come and loot that shit? Well, if they do, then I'll fucking kill them. Circle? I don't know. We're on like the edge of the fucking map, so. Yeah, I'm a little scared. What? Wait, what? Oh, right, because you can throw it. You can put it in there. That's kind of interesting. The leg that burned off. Not sure where it is. Where I heard somebody from over there. I don't know. I probably should have looked for that guy. There was a guy lurking around, but my inventory is also kind of full, so I don't know. Damn, it's crazy how good you weren't joking. Those frickin' blaze grenades are super good for the leapers. All right, well, we can max out our final bench, chat. Yippee. Now we can make photoelectric cloaks. Who fucking cares? Try to hit the leaper itself with the grenade. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. What do these recycle into? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the cloaks kind of suck. Three of them will kill anything. Yeah, if only I had the frickin' blaze grenade recipe. I mean, I got the wolf pack recipe at least, but... Yeah, there was one round where I brought the photoelectric cloak in, and I was getting attacked by Arc, and then I was holding it, and while I was channeling it, a guy just fucking killed me. It was like, why did I even try? Like, why even try to use this thing? Like, I'm just sitting there, like, holding this fucking lightning rod in my hand. Like, I can't even attack with it. You're just like a... Oh, you both have blaze nade recipes? Nice. I mean, I don't really need to kill big arcs anymore because all of my benches are maxed, but it is good for XP and for and just for money. You actually get like a lot of money from killing the bots, I feel like. Killed the mother. Are you talking about the queen? Yeah, I killed the queen. There's 2 legendary weapons. You can make the equalizer and the Jupiter.
I like money.
The legendary sniper rifle. Hey, Baku, thank you for the 15 months. They're kind of ass, though. Only get good against Arc. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really tried it. No, I haven't used them. No one uses them for PvP. Are they good for, like, killing the queen? Yeah, because you can see they have arc armor penetration. And try them out in the Wait, there's a practice range? Huh? Wait, how do you do that? When you click play? Oh, right. Yeah, I've seen that. I never thought about it. So you're just solo in this, eh? Doesn't take durability or ammo either. I see. Why is there even a queue for this? Are other people in here? Take bullets? Well, it starts with 5. Oh, so you can just return from here. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that thing is slow as hell to fire. Oh, you can get ammo in here. Cool. Die. Is there actual bots you can fight? Or is it just those things? It'd be cool if you could actually like fight bots, but they only damage arcs. No, you can definitely hurt people with it, no? Like it still does damage to players. There's one bot. What, like up here? Huh? That's the tech chat. The backwards ladder climb. Right, a headshot that, yeah. Die. Two shots with the anvil or the legendary gun? Yeah. You can reset it. Does the Jupiter one-shot it? Oh, that's good. All right. That's cool. They're gonna add a new boss later. But yeah, needing to charge the Jupiter is like, like even if you catch somebody sitting there, they're gonna see the laser like charging up on them, and they're gonna run. They're gonna like run away. Halo's Spartan laser feels. Yeah. Yeah, they're worth like 28,000 a pop. Honestly though, I think the parts that you use to make them are worth more because it takes one queen reactor, which is 13,000, 3 complex gun parts, that's 19k, and 3 of these. So, if you sell the actual parts, it's like 37,000. Oh, you can get the recipe for the snap hook. Have any of you guys tried that? Is it good? It's 20 meters range. That doesn't seem like that much, but it's OP on Starport. There's a blueprint for it? Yeah, I think so, because you can... It says you can use Exodus modules to craft it. Do I play in a party? I mean, not right now, but I like playing in a group. I think I like playing in a group more than playing solo, to be honest. But at the same time, I feel like solo is more more entertaining to watch. Like, it's better to stream solos than it is to stream in a group. So whenever I'm in a group, I feel like I can just barely interact with chat. I should just try to do more of the quests, honestly.
Any Valletta will do.
Play with
Buy
Ella.
one, craft one,
That'd be
loot
fun.
one. Just don't be stupid and put your own modified.
I was telling Mika she should try to get Ella to play it.
You should be able to.
I don't think Ella's really
I
into
wish
this
we
kind
had
of
the
game, though.
resources to teach everyone about what it was like back then.
Damn
Why this all
battlegrounds.
matters.
The wreckage in the Formicae Hills. Wait, where'd my guns go? Got another permadeath rando to play. Yeah. If he was gonna play this, he would have played it already. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. Well, we can go damn battlegrounds and just try to do the quest, I guess. Lepa played Ark for an hour and then he refunded the game. Too busy playing Night Rain DLC this weekend. Oh, is that actually what... Is that what he's doing at the event? If so, I'm jelly. Or are you just speculating? I'm excited for the Night Rain DLC. Alright.
Let's move to that location.
Wait, I gotta go to the wreckage?
This is Celeste speaking. The memorial is in the Formicae Hills, near an old First Wave wreckage. It's makeshift, just like we were, but it's there.
I'm honestly kind of bored of Night Rain. I'm kind of just waiting for, I'm just waiting for the DLC at this point, to tell you the truth. No, we're actually doing the Progressive sponsor tomorrow.
Let's move to that location.
Go up to the tower here. I've actually found some good stuff up here. There's also a weapon crate. I think that's where the tower is. Am I gonna play Bio Goddess? I don't know what that is. I don't know. I could have asked Lobos. I don't... He has not been in my streams when I've been playing the game, so... But I did not ask him. There's a zip line here. Can you like activate this? Oh. Cool. Doing some St. Jude stuff. Oh, is this like his St. Jude month starting?
Let's go to that location.
Well, Lobo's stream is always on. Because he does reruns. I don't know when his St. Jude month is normally. Dude, these freaking like medical bags actually got some really good shit. Gyoza? Are you making it or? Sure. Thank you. When am I doing reruns? Somebody asked me if they wanted to set up. Or somebody offered to help me like set up a like a 24/7 channel. I didn't bother doing it though. How many grenades? My goodness. Alright, we gotta go to the wreckage.
Go to that location.
I don't know how to do this quest. Well, the thing is, I don't really like the idea of making my channel a 24/7 channel because, like, I don't know. The problem is a lot of people are stupid, no offense, and I feel like people can't differ. Like, some people will see if they see your stream is always on, then, like, I don't know. It's people get like confused, and then. People get confused, like, whether you are actually streaming or not. When you're always online, then people, I feel like, are less likely to click into the stream. But who cares? I don't know. Somebody who does it for a living. Alright, now what do we do? The missing helmet. Isn't that the snitch that you're hearing? What the hell is a root? I don't think I've ever picked that up. Yeah, a separate channel that's reruns is like fine. think it's better just to look up these quests. Does anyone know where the helmet is? See, I was looking for a helmet, not a goddamn bush. The memorial. Oh. Did I do it? That it? Okay. In one round. Wait, do you have to extract for this quest to count, or... No, you just... Oh, no, it's done. Right, we're on Damn Battleground. Control Tower.
Let's go to research and administration.
Holy shit, people are going crazy over there. Is this at the very top of the control tower? Fuck. God damn it, man. Well, this is... I'm gonna die for this. Are they on somebody else? You're not dead, bro? Oh, this is fucking so cancer. I'm gonna be sick. Please, just fucking die, dude. Wait, he threw a lure grenade, though. Was he trying to help me? Wait, I have a lure grenade as well. Well, that was horrible. All right, well, let's just go up to the top of the control tower. The hell was that sound? Yeah. What's up, homie? Where's this guy? I mean, I'm not gonna shoot. Well, he said don't shoot, so shoot him. I just want to do my quest, man. Tell you the truth.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I
Guy's
repeat, 10 minutes.
downstairs. Can't get to the top from here. Do I have to go up that staircase that was outside? Need rubber. Rubber is generally from, like, lockers, I think. Is there a locker room in this building? Isn't there a locker room, like, at the end here? Maybe they left some rubber. They took all the fucking rubber. These bastards. There's another locker room in here too, isn't there? Oh. Maybe not. Okay, I just want to get this quest done, honestly. Wait, don't you need light bulbs for something? For like the expedition stuff? Oh, here's locker. Wait. Why did that not stack? I guess I had thrown them or something. Oh yeah, you need humidifiers. true. Well, we got one shield charger and a dream. Yeah, Akashira. I feel that. I definitely feel that. What else do I even drop? The way up to the tower. Okay, so I go out this... Is it over here? How do I get up here? Do I have a zip line? First floor, northeast side. Oh, okay.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Care for rats. I mean, there's like 5 minutes left in this round. Honestly, I might not even fucking make it out of here at this rate. Wait, northeast side. Okay. Am I on the first floor right now? This door? Ah, right. Yeah. I've been here. Alright, chill. Am I not hitting it? Dude, what is going on? Hello? Is my aim terrible, or... Won't be fast enough to evac?
Head home at the central swamp lift.
You fucking piece of shit! To the... Fuck off, dude. How are you not dead, bro? What do you mean? Alright, guys, watch this shit.
Last warning.
Never mind.
2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window is closing.
I thought that you could grab... Thank you. I thought that you could grab the... Somebody told me it was possible to... Well, whatever. We got the quest done. That was really stupid. I don't think I would have made it either way, though. Because I needed to go down the lift. Well, maybe I could have made it. I had adrenaline shots. You can? You just missed it? Can you... Are you sure? Like, you can actually get a ledge grab. Because I feel like when you're in that free fall animation, I don't think you, yeah, I don't think you can grab it when you're free falling like that. Well, that was kind of stupid. We had a lot of loot, but at least I got the quest done.
Yes? So you saw it then? Still.
Well, that was really fucking stupid. But hey, we got the quest done, so... do you guys think I actually could have made it there? I feel like there was no chance. I feel like I was dead either way. Unless somebody had opened it with like a few seconds remaining. I mean, I did have adrenaline shots, but... The problem is, like, I would have gotten lost. Like, I didn't really know the... I mean, I just needed to go back down the rope and then just start booking it, but... I should have at least tried, I guess, rather than... I thought you could actually jump off the building and grab the ledge, but... I guess you can't. But I didn't have 3 minutes. I had like a minute 50 left, and it was 500 meters. Well, whatever. We got the quest done. Kind of running low on anvils, though. But I have a lot of blue guns. That would have been so sick. If only I had a zipline. It'd be nice if you could make ziplines, like, in Raid. If you just... Because I think it's like a... I have the blueprint for it. It's rope and... Yeah, one rope, one mechanical component. If you could make that in Raid, that would be so nice. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Do you want to play Trey? And Couscous? Alright, I'll be right back. Let me know if you guys are still here. Well, Trey was here a little bit ago. He was helping me with the quest. I don't know where he went, though. Yeah, Akashira. I got 2 of them. Well, I have a few more queen parts as well. Yeah, I've killed her once. Yeah, so funny enough, we were doing trios and we killed a duo. We killed a duo with 2 Hullcracker 4s and like 150 nade rounds. And so we took those and then just killed it. We weren't even planning on doing the boss. We ended up extracting with like 20 seconds left. And then earlier this morning, I did the puzzle on a free loadout and I got both the blueprints and made it out by some miracle. Imagine it was you. I don't know. Did that happen to you? Because maybe that was us. I don't know. Actually, if you had 20 wolf packs, I don't know. That might have not been you then, because I don't think we had any wolf pack nades. That's funny though. It's a very similar situation. Used them all and died. Maybe it was us then, dude. That was like, well, we killed. There were people camping in rocks. We pushed like the duo. Maybe it wasn't you, but the duo was like hiding in this building. It was on I think it was on Dam Battlegrounds. They were like hiding in this building right here, in like this section, and they were just shooting it from up here, and we killed them. And then we just continued shooting it from there. What's up, Razik? It's a good place to fight it, yeah. What do you mean? I know. Yeah, Lark's just been playing a bit. I'm just eating some 10 a.m. gyoza. Well, I don't think she's playing Arc Raider. I don't know if she's playing it right now. I think she's playing Amanda the Adventurer today. Maybe she'll play Arc later in the day. Maybe we could play with her or something. I actually thought Amanda 3 was okay. I liked it more than the second, anyways. I don't want to just send a free loadout, chat. It's kind of fun doing free loadout. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one. Oh, is the magnetic storm tonight? Well, honestly, What I find fun about free loadout is like killing somebody. Killing somebody with gear with a free loadout feels so good. Yeah, the low carrying capacity sucks. Oh shit. Wait, this is a quest.
I'm trying to get some things done.
Under the broken
I'll be
pine.
honest, Raider. We called it an outpost, but it was more of a hideout, really. See if the tremors revealed any of our old battle plans.
Like right here?
We need to learn from the past now more than ever.
Oh, there's 2 of these things in here. Anybody know where this shit is? Oh, found it. Oh, so we gotta extract.
Head home at the North Complex elevator.
Honestly, I might just leave and just to get the quest done. That was a nice spawn. Ooh. No, 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 no. Don't fucking do it, you piece of shit. Pottery. Wait, where's the goddamn button? Oh. What a raid.
Back. You got a minute?
Depends.
We have a
Come on,
cutscene.
I have something you might want to see. One of the rookies brought it back earlier.
This is... They found this. Up there.
Old outpost back on the ridge. Used to be half buried. There might be more in there, but I know this was your mother's squad, so I thought you should have it.
You know, coming from you, this almost feels like a trap. Still, I'll hang on to this.
And I wish I wish extraction games had like a hub, like an actual place you could walk around with your character.
Raider.
I always wish that that was a thing in like Dark and
If
Darker.
you lose those scanners. If you lose
Spaceport.
Any Beretta will do. Bye.
Oh yeah, you have to like bring in a Beretta or some bullshit. God, how is my stash full again? What's up, Matrick? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, Arclight, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I'm just a pussy. Like I don't like running fucking good gear in solo. It just doesn't feel like it just doesn't feel like it really helps that much, but that's just copium, I think. We might play with a group later. Oh, whoops, that's whatever. Honestly, I just want to I'm gonna make a pharaoh. Pharaoh and a kettle. Your fear is real. Kind of. The thing is, it's not even hard to get gear. I just, dude, I don't feel satisfied when I kill people in solos, and maybe that's just a me thing. But I just feel like there's this, you find some poor guy looting, he pops open it, you creep up on him like a rat, and the moment he fucking opens that shit, you just headshot. Then it's just like a free kill. Alright, what other quests do I have?
Any Beretta will do. Bye.
Buried City and Spaceport. Alright, let's go Spaceport. Yeah, the desync in this game is pretty bad. Well, there's a lot of friendly people in solos. That's another thing. Like, half the people you kill in solos are gonna, like, shit talk you or be like, no, why'd you kill me, dude? I'm just trying to loot. And it just makes me feel bad. That's why I like trios, because nobody says shit. If anything, they're just, like, salty, but it's like, you can't be salty in trios. Or, like, if somebody's salty in trios, I don't feel bad.
This is Shani. Hope you hear me all right. I've identified
Where
the
am
places
I?
most likely to give us a clean signal. Place the LiDAR scanners
Where do we need to
there.
go?
And don't fall down, Raider.
Wait, communication. Is that the control tower? Or is comm tower something else? Oh, it's over here.
Go to that location.
Oh, fuck off. Didn't actually aggro. It might be okay. I should have brought adrenaline shots. I can make them mid-raid at least if I get plastic and chemicals. Honestly, if duo queue was a thing, I think that would be my favorite way to play the game. Somebody... What's up, Zeke? Yeah, well that's why I'm saying if duos was like actually a thing, because right now if you queue as a duo, you just get put into groups with 3-mans and it's cringe as fuck. You're just fighting an uphill battle, basically. What's up, Jay? Yeah, that's basically how you have to play it, Koos, for sure. Is it on top of this thing? Oh, up there. Wait, do I need another goddamn zip? Oh, maybe not. Alright, ladder glitch time, chat. Try to shoot me now. Yeah, if you grab the ladder like from the wrong direction and you hold W, you'll just do this. Other people see you like that? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Could go to the guard tower. We got the quest done now, right? Yeah. This is, I feel like this is the reason why I like running low gear, because I don't like ratting my way through the map and playing super cautious. I would rather just, like... The fucking stealth playstyle isn't for me. I mean, granted, sometimes you gotta do it, but... If I bring in some super juice, I'm definitely gonna be playing a little bit more cautious. Zeke. You get stuff so easily in this game? 100%. You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, I can just YOLO it. You're not wrong. The thing is, killing people doesn't even necessarily... Like, I'm at the point where the only thing I need is blueprints, really. He's having fun in there.
Hey, don't shoot.
What's up, homie?
What's up, bro?
He probably hit the security locker. Maybe not, actually. Oh, no. Yeah, that's another thing. Even if you kill a player, their blueprint is probably up their butt. Well, that's unlucky. Yeah, there's a weapon crate up here too. Ooh. Anvil 1, don't mind if I do. Oh, what the? My legs. Wait, do I even have shield chargers? Oh, I do. Good spot. Well, you can use... Does the purple looting kit let you use a blue shield? I can't remember. I might go hit up Departure. What level am I? Like 50, I think. I'm gonna press this button and then go up to the tower, I think. What do we got? Oh wait, there is shotgun ammo. Damn it, the guy's taking my fucking extract. You bastard. Snipe him. Eh. Anything else up here? Or anything on the turret? What do these things drop? Not really. Alright. Oh god, there's a Rocketeer there now. Oh, that's lovely. Dude, Rocketeers are so fucking bullshit. Zeke. Yeah, accurate. That was brilliant, smoke grenade. Yeah, you should always bring wolf packs so you can like nuke a Rocketeer down. Insane smoke, thank you. Hey, we got a volcano out of there. More purple for the horde. We should probably just bring it back in. I don't know, man. The security locker perk has made me too... It's made me too gun rich. They're gonna nerf it. Yeah, I feel like they might. Well, we got another quest done.
No need for ceremony, just great work, Rita.
Our food production is great. My lead points to a group of researchers that worked out of the Research and Administration building by the dam. So that'd be a good place to start.
Every other capstone skill sucks and requires 37 points to get. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. At the same time, it's like you can get high enough level in this game to basically get like the end of 2 trees. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a good thing that I feel like the locker perk creates more loot locations in a sense. Like it spreads players out across the map more. What's up, Mitch? Maybe.
Even Ben Walder can only...
I don't know what I want to do right now. I don't want to just keep doing solo, but I also am kind of bored of solo. But duos is just gonna be a fucking shit show. Do a fill squad? Yeah, that's true. We could do that. Can I make more of these? Steel springs are like the limiting component.
Report to Tunnel 3 immediately. Tunnel 3.
No, I don't know if that's true necessarily. You got normie stuff to do, which is why you're up early. Gotcha. No worries, Zeke. I mean, we could do it if you want to. Do you want to join Mitch and I, Couscous? Do you want a trio? Or Trey, are you back now, Trey? Yeah, duos get matched with trios. I mean, you can get matched with other duos, but the thing is, most people who try duos in this game are just gonna stop playing duos. like they go in as a duo and they're like, wow, this fucking sucks, and then they stop. Yeah, if it had its own queue, it would be so nice. For real. Something they'll address. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. I should probably make... Wait, which tab? I think I have... Oh, I can make it the cautious one. You can use a blue... Oh, no, you can't use it with the cautious one. You can use it with the survivor one. Damn. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, the survivor one's crazy. Because if you get downed, you can actually just stay alive forever. You can even, like, if you crawl to an extract, you can actually make it. You can actually make it out. Luckily, I got the blueprint for the Combat MK3 yesterday, which is really nice. More legendaries on launch? Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely gonna add more. Just play the game. I thought this is the game sitting in this menu. You want to play, Trey?
Even Ben Welder can only do so much with beans and potatoes.
I know. The flooded solar panels are in the southwest of Buried City.
Oh, I guess you need to bring a zipline for this quest. I have a third. Well, my buddy Mitch wanted to play, but at the same, I mean, he's in a solo right now. And it's awkward because, well, Mitch is by himself. So, I'm sorry, Mitch. But no, I mean, I can join you in Couscous. It's alright. I wish that there was... I've definitely found myself in this situation before where like I want to play with somebody, but then they have another person that they want to play with, so it's just like it's awkward. If you're gonna be around later tonight though, Mitch, maybe we could play some. Everything feels bad. I'm just no. Alright, you guys want to call me on Discord? Oh, I'm hot micing game. Oops. Wait, is it still doing it? Oh no. Trey looks like homeless. Trey has been balding from the stress of the ARC rating. What's up?
Hey. You know, it's rough clown life out there, you know, there's no face paint, you gotta smear some shit on your face as well, you know, it's just, you know, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Oh man.
Sorry, I'm adjusting the volume, chat. I know it's too loud. Wait, is it echoing? Oh, hold on. I need to...
Okay, you still want to do some free loadout memes? Is that what we vibe in?
I mean, I've just got, I've already got like some gear on, so. Yeah, but sure. We can go free loadout if you guys aren't geared.
I have a lot of shit. I'm just never using it.
Classic.
Classic.
Do you have the locker perk now? Or are you still far away?
I am missing 4 levels.
Gotcha. Do you have a couscous?
5? I don't know.
No, I don't.
Alright, yeah, the audio's fixed now, right, chat? Are we good? I guess I'll just bring in the volcano too. Why not? I should probably make a...
I've got what works. We done here? That one? Sure, it's yours.
Right, so what are we doing exactly?
Good question, Clown. What are we doing? Tell us, fearless leader.
I'm bringing in a anvil and a volcano.
You know, I might bring a Pharaoh and a renegade. Why not? Rome.
Yes.
No, it has enough, I think. For a raid.
Going,
should be
PvP,
fun.
I guess?
Yeah, I mean, doing quests and trios is kind of rough.
Yeah,
If
sure.
we get the opportunity, we could try, but I guess we could just PvP or... Yeah, I don't know. Is there a harvester? I don't know if y'all have done that.
Good question. There's a harvester currently still on Blue Gate.
Well, have you guys done the puzzle for it?
No.
We could do that if you want.
Horrible attempt at going into one and just dying instantly as Rocketeer just kind of
Well, we went to zipline us directly into the Queen.
Yeah, that was the first mistake. But I'll tell that. But,
yeah. I've been working on doing the expedition.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm down for that. I'll bring a Raider hatch key just for the memes.
Alright.
And I'll bring a Wolf Roger Macaulay grenade thing if that Rocketeer gets spicy.
Yeah, I'll bring one too. Put it in my pocket.
I think Rocketeer is genuinely the worst arc in this game. I hate them
Yeah,
so much.
they just actually ruin like fights sometimes.
Yeah.
The amount of like games that I've lost because the Rocketeer is absurd.
Right. Wait, what? What am I missing? Oh, oops. I bought heavy ammo instead of medium.
Wait. Huh?
Chad, have you guys seen any good
that's
horror
good. I
games
noticed that.
lately?
The game literally just cleared my whole loadout.
Anything new?
The hell?
I don't really know what to play. I kind of want to do some more horror later today.
That's the most fun I tend to have in this game. If I played solo, I just been like 0 to hero, just
Yeah.
starting from free loadout and just basically only using stuff I find and.
I agree. The only thing, if you could get an augment in free loadout, like switch it out, then I would do it every single time.
Yeah, you kind of have to survive the first match to actually swap it out.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time you could just spawn him with a free loadout and just go straight to the extract even, if you really want to just like get a kit.
Red alert, Raiders. We've spotted a harvester in your area.
What about here?
A queen is guarding it with her life. We're only needing you to source your best gear, lots of backup, and a very good plan.
I thought for some reason the harvester was on this side. Oops.
Volcano is an epic shoddy. I got it from my last raid.
What's the best way to approach this harvester?
Well, we can just run straight into the building. We don't... Pretty much. There might be people, though.
Last
we
time
can just go along the side here. As long as we don't aggro the Rocketeer.
Yeah, well... Okay, he's looking away, is he? He is,
He's
right?
like, there's
Yeah,
players
yeah.
over there, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we do... Should we... We could look over the hill.
Starting out, don't be too close. I think we have to kind of clear the hill because they just killed the drone there, I think.
Yeah.
Rocketeer is not gonna come up our back and kill us.
Surely not.
Oh, come on, stay here. Oh,
Oh.
there.
I'm throwing... Oh, God.
You fucking do it, you laser
I
beaming
just
bitch.
missed all my shots.
Last one.
Oh. Fine, you guys got him.
Dude,
Oh.
I got doubled up by the Rocketeer.
Maybe not. Alright.
Oh, don't you fucking do it!
Alright, we lose. Rocketeer. Rocketeer div. Well, I fucked up pretty bad, but I think we were cooked either way.
Yeah. Infinite crawl, right? Right.
This is it. This is it.
Oh, do you have the looting Survivor 3?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. All right, you guys got this.
That hill, right?
Oh man, outstanding.
100 meters. 100 meters. Nobody should be. Oi, oi, stop! Stop! Zigzag! 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 Zigzag!
Dude, I missed every one of my shots there. That was fucking terrible.
I don't really care about that.
Honestly, the Rocketeer was gonna kill all of us either way, so whatever.
Come on, come on.
Honestly, I should have just backed up after I missed those shots.
Holy fuck,
I tasted the blood.
It would take like an eternity to
The
get
epic
up
shoddy,
there.
yeah, I
I'll
know.
have to go around,
It's okay.
I think. You know what,
Alright, let's go free loadout, gentlemen.
yeah, let's go free loadout. That Rocketeer just double spammed me like instantly.
Yeah, we should have just
death.
wolf packed it, I guess, because we did have 2.
Yeah.
Might have been a good idea. That's right.
Reload out.
One of them things was like, it's not a problem until it is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to pick a fight with it, but at the same time, I don't want to have one behind me, you know?
If it's nearby, it is going to fucking kill you.
Yep.
Yo, Secretion, thank you for the gifted sub, man.
He engaged in some queen fight, and Kuskus had a lure grenade, threw it into the queen fight, and just killed the whole enemy team in there.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. They were camping the rock hard, and we were just like, nothing we could do. They were just sitting there waiting for us to try and like do something. So I was like, ah, fuck it. Threw the lure grenade in there. Rocketeer just cleaned them up. It was amazing.
Nice. Yeah, I guess bringing a
Unfortunately, it shot us
lure.
while we were trying to loot.
Yeah, I guess bringing a lure is like actually really important for when Rocketeers show up. Probably like the strongest thing you could use.
We do a little bit of a run through the tunnels. There's like very free like.
Yeah, we can
boxes
try to
just
get some
have
weapons.
something. This is usually a nice. I like the sensors the most. Got a pink here. Oh, used to be wrong. Gunner, I think.
Could you use the Rocketeer to like kill the queen? Guess it probably isn't that good.
I think it does shoot at fellow arcs
Yeah.
if you put the lure on them. Because someone said they killed a bastion by doing it.
Mm.
You did. No, you did.
So great.
Oh. Okay, this is fine.
Berletta.
There's another weapon case there.
Oh, that's where it spawns.
Another Berletta.
Right,
What's the quickest way to the weapon cache thing from here?
Let's go right here.
Might as well. I do love a locker. I think lockers are genuinely the best loot.
Yeah.
Especially when there's like usually like 3-4 lockers usually around, depending on the spot. It's just a lot of goodies. Here's the button you can press. Obviously.
Yo,
for the,
Rakir, thank you for the the gifted sub. I don't know why I said 5, but thank you, man. Ah, yes.
What color is it?
Oh, I didn't hit the thing. You have to like
Oh,
hit
here,
it to see the color,
blue.
right?
Yellow, yeah. Yeah, it takes a moment for it to give the color. So hit it and wait a bit, and then it starts.
I can't believe you
Yellow,
didn't send me
green,
5.
there.
Unbelievable.
It's just shotgun here.
Oro?
I guess I'll take that. I think there's like a security locker somewhere along these walls, I think, somewhere here.
Yeah. I remember that. It's like along the right side. I think. What the?
Nailed it.
Oh yeah, I see it. Ooh. Wait, what kind of gun do you have, Koos?
I've
You
got
have
a
medium,
Stitcher.
you have medium ammo? Or is that...
No.
Okay. I got a Torrente, but I have no ammo for it. Here,
I
you can
mean,
have
by
this
all means,
Berletta if you want.
Take something.
Has a full clip, so that's enough. Enough to murder a team.
There might be a team coming after us in the tunnels, but we want to get to the queen quickly. I think we should climb up. There's like a ladder on this somewhere here.
Yeah.
Oh, this bastion might be a bit of a problem, but there's the ladder.
Oh, there's a key
right
here.
next to the bash.
Patrol car key.
Yeah, it
have
goes in
never
one of
seen
the it goes in one of the
Oh,
armored cars. It has weapon cache in it always.
Oh. Well, that bastion was slighted.
Gotta be the ladder, isn't it?
Yep.
Can we just go out the front?
I climb a lure grenade. Let me throw it to the other side and we climb up, right? Surely it works, right?
Okay.
Gray is gonna get us fucking killed.
I'm going up. I'm getting us hit. Go, go, go,
Yeah.
go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Outstanding.
Why did it not work?
It's so loud.
Well, nice knowing you, Couscous.
We gotta revive.
Yeah, no, I'll get him.
Yeah.
I know,
I'm a
I'm just
believer.
kidding. I'm just
I'm a
kidding.
believer.
I got you, buddy.
Okay, I'm gonna try to bait. Take bait back. Maybe here.
Okay, can we not just go out the front? What is
I mean, you get on the high
Hang on,
ground
fuck it.
basically of the armor, so it's
Holy shit, this thing is so loud. I'm coming
man.
up. Oh no, not the Hornet, no! I should have done the glitch, the ladder glitch.
well, that was great.
I don't know why I listen to you. Like, ever.
I have the best plans ever.
I have died every single time you've said to do something.
Well, I don't know. It's perfect. It's perfect. I go first.
This is fine.
That might actually be better. Wait, well, no, this is fine. Yeah, sure. We gotta like get the high ground here and get to the harvester that way.
It's over,
Perfect.
Anakin. I have the high ground.
Oh yeah, I should have asked them to see if it actually works. That's true.
I think this much more nicer approach. Totally. Oh. Couldn't see Cuscus's name and I was like, wait, is that a player?
Sure, just shoot me as well while you're at it.
Alright, let's fucking go in. Let's do it.
Well, Last time we ran in like this where the beam was right there, it didn't go super well.
There's a team below us right here.
Yeah,
You want to murder him?
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, the queen is kind of...
Yeah, no. It's fine.
Queen can eat my ass.
Okay.
I've got a Torrente. I'm about to fucking destroy.
Do you have heals? Go slow now.
Do I look like a man
Nice.
with heels?
All right, we got
Well,
this,
I'm gonna
guys.
slide
They're
into
gonna
the
have
circle.
heals. They're gonna
he's
have heals.
Lighten him up. That's one.
Oh. Don't know where the other one is. Right there.
Let's fucking go now.
Ow.
Oh yeah. He's
I got down here.
he's super into you.
Yeah, two is pushing.
I got you,
two is
buddy.
pushing. Oh, I'm... I hope they don't finish that.
I killed him.
I'm in the open. Get the car, get the car.
Okay.
Oh, help me! Help me, please!
Oh. I hit this dude so many times with the shotgun.
Oh, you mother. Yeah, there's another guy as well.
Well, it was a good try. If we had supply, dude, I fucked him up, man.
Stitcher 3.
We just had no supplies.
I'm never using the Beretta ever again. It's so bad at range.
I think it's... Yeah, obviously in range is not that great. I think it snaps pretty quickly to that weapon, so if you have like a... It's like a secondary, I think it's decent. But...
He's gonna
This
lash
reload is
out.
gonna give me a Pharaoh. I can feel it.
I think if we actually had some shield chargers and heals, we probably would have won that.
Yeah.
You know, if
Yeah.
only we
I mean,
didn't lose
I was
our shield
trading with a
chargers
guy
to
who
the
obviously
Bastion,
had
you know?
shield.
Just kidding.
Oh, it was a good plan. Dude, the plan
Genuinely,
was perfect, okay?
genuinely
Yeah,
going to
orange
do the
chargers.
opposite of the thing that you say.
Okay, somebody
now
else
on.
lead, okay? I'm not the leader, okay?
I'm just
following.
kidding.
following.
Oh, good, man.
I'm a sad clown now. The clown is out
Try
of
more.
strats.
Try more, it fuels me.
Go to the harvester.
Pretty close. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Like,
Did it?
die?
It actually? No way, bro.
Yeah, it's running.
Yeah.
Walk away. No one needs to know that happened.
It's only been up for 10 minutes there, or like 12 minutes the match, so...
Oh yeah, we can just kind of run in, probably.
Oh yeah.
I mean, assuming there's
not
people
a
not.
second one. Are you fucking?
Can't even fucking see it. Nice.
That light ammo, so good.
Very strong.
Got a massive
Very
rattler.
strong. Is that a? That's not a fella.
Oh, I don't control what ads you see, Alex. Alright, I'm going in.
Flying
What?
thing here. The screen's pissed off.
Slightly aggressive.
Kuskus knows the exact thing how it works.
So you gotta like come in and then find the batteries. They're like behind these
I
breaches.
got one. Just leave it in the middle. Leave it in the middle. You gotta find the things on top.
So get it. You need to get out now because it's gonna light on fire. Oh, I was too slow. If you're on the upper floor, there's like windows that you can jump out of. I'm still on fire. You can't.
Oh shit, this is cooked.
First climb up here.
Ow.
Wait, is there a player throwing fucking nades in here? I think you guys need to get me up.
Are you inside? Oh, you're inside. Okay.
I think somebody's like fucking throwing nades, dude. I don't know what's going on.
Possible.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm reaching this.
Yeah, you breach until you find. Do you have the batteries you find in this piece? You don't need to loot them.
Okay.
Oh, it's got. I think, right?
Yeah. I guess so. Oh, hi. Not like this.
What was that
Yeah,
fire
that's all
from?
open.
Was that from the
Oh. And they beach as well, so you can technically just.
harvester?
So what? Just keep reaching them until something pops out.
We need 3 batteries. We found 1, right?
One in the middle, I think. I think that's their old
Yeah.
one, right?
You have all 3?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one.
Put it in the middle for now.
Yeah, you can just drop it.
What again?
Oh my god, he stepped
Ow.
on me!
Queen just kicked me in the face. What the hell, buddy?
I have fucking 1 HP. So cooked.
Oh, he's lasering inside this.
Oh man. Oh no.
It's not perfect. He lasered one of them.
It's gotta be that one. I'm gonna open these up. You got it?
Oh wait, there's one here. Whoops. Yeah.
Drop it down.
Wait.
Put it in.
Because the beat all the damages. This one is damage or shield, right? You have to break this open, right?
Yeah. You open all 3 of them and put the batteries in. And then we gotta destroy the yellow, like, beeping thingies.
Where's the last one? What the fuck?
Oh.
The batteries already. I think this breaks shields only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we gotta shoot the yellow things around the wall.
You can melee them as well. A little awkward though. Oh, just unequip your shield. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I'm dead. I forgot. This happens.
Yeah, I wasn't quite prepared for that either. I was just thinking a little bit chill all the way through. We have to do this again, right? The battle.
I think we
yeah.
probably wait for the next cycle.
No, it's fine. It doesn't always do the fire.
Oh, okay.
Put it in. Wait.
I just opened one that floated in front of me when I was about to put it in.
That's weird. Alright. Can't wait for the team waiting for us to fucking get out of here. I think that's all of them.
No, there's one here, one here.
We did it.
Holy shit. Is that the Jupiter blueprint?
Well.
Oh, Jupiter, yeah. Okay, well. Who's ready to do some...
All right, let's go to the cliffside, quick. 40 seconds. Run!
That's a bit awkward.
Run, Ethan.
Yeah, that's weak. Like,
I rolled that! What the? It's fine.
I was really the lead because I was being afraid.
Hey, Koos made it out.
He's not looking at me. Okay. Ow, my face!
Trey, we need you.
Wait, I need you to be bait.
All right, you got this. Just res me while I'm under it. Oh, you got this, dude. I got a def. Oh god, he's lasering.
Okay. Dude, what is this screen doing? My god. Oh my god.
Hey! We needed you!
Yeah, I'm a
He left us. Well, if you get our bodies, I have a blueprint.
Same.
I think that's
you need to loot us, dodge the queen, and get out.
Yeah,
that's easy.
Hey, I had a defib. We're on a free loadout right now, by the way, so.
Cramping your bodies as well. So I have no more heals left either. Okay, I believe it's chill, right?
Sure.
Kind of chill, but it's looking at this way, which makes me not very confident about
I think
this
you can
run.
go now. Yeah, you should be good.
Are you both dead here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of us.
Probably asked that blueprint.
I think we both have one.
I have it with our...
Oh, I like it. Tactical gas.
Are they all just Jupiter blueprints or?
That was it, yeah.
Another one. Oh yeah, that's the equalizer caster. Now I gotta survive out. And the closest one is on the opposite side.
Got this.
Can I swap this out?
You know what? While we wait, Chad.
Gonna be a bit of a run. It's 0 bullets. I probably should pick one of your weapons, but I just like panic loaded only the important stuff I saw and...
Maybe I should have made it longer than 30 seconds.
I had no ammo anyway.
Oh.
If you find a med bag, that'll get you back to full health.
Yeah, I could go for try to find one, but I also just
Yeah.
feel like I'm just gonna send it. It'll be fine, right?
It'll be fine.
You've seen my stealth approach and rolling and all, you know? It's perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never done wrong in my life.
Hey, Nico, thank you for the 54 months. Thank you, buddy. Oh, damn, there's only 6 minutes left. Yeah, you're probably fine, honestly.
Yeah, it's not like... Night maps
like
are
a fun
dodgy,
event
even...
here.
What's that? What does that do?
You need to put 2 like arc cells into it. The mini ones you get from like enemies, and you get like a loot thingy with like a fire thrusters go off, so you gotta dodge the fires at the same time. It's sketch, but I'm just gonna sit here and hope nobody comes, because I'm gonna be dead anyway if somebody comes. So.
Where are the enemies? Well,
just drop the hammer of judgment.
there's not much time left.
Exactly.
It does right click do something different?
Yeah, it's like an overhead. Looks like.
Oh, I never really. Yeah, I guess I've never used the right click. Realized that was a different attack.
I really want to just like try to just like hide on a door and just beat the shit out of somebody with melee when they open it. Ugh.
Yeah, there's only like the flame spray would be kind of fun to just like run somebody and just flame spray them to death. I tried that very unsuccessfully. And got me and Cuscus killed. Because my plans just work.
Well, it seems like Trey had the right idea, playing it safe there. Yeah, apparently you want to take off your shield when you go inside there.
Yeah, I guess that thing like
Oh,
breaks
that
it for
checks
you,
out.
so-
Yeah.
Well, I can bring one of the two-bit blueprints out for, I guess, Cuscus, so you can learn it.
Yeah, I got both of them, so all good.
Okay, sure. In that case, I won't do a free loadout. I'll
yeah,
take something with me.
Shock traps. Yeah,
build
but you can
MK2
like
or
shock
something as well,
yourself
so-
pretty easily too. Kind of awkward.
Something on at least, I guess.
Mm. What do I want to use? Osprey? I don't know how good of gear people are bringing in. How much does it cost to craft the Toro? It's a fair amount of parts. It's not like they're hard to get though. At the same time.
You again?
Your points. Yeah, sorry. Rip your points.
Can I help you?
Maybe I should bring like a tactical and a blue shield. You guys bring it? What are you bringing in?
Oh, I'm
just
just
bringing,
bringing
like-
like basic loadout.
Okay.
I have like a Stitcher for... I just upgrade the one I had on the last match and...
Gotcha.
Go with Pharaoh and...
Nice
with
doing business
MK2.
with you.
Some random crap.
Got an Osprey and a Shoddy.
What are we doing? There's a damn night raid. Loyal the Blue Gate.
I'm sold.
Damn night raid.
Sure.
Sure. Best loot
Oh.
ever.
Oh.
They haven't bring heals. Oh, well. Bring some extra grenades or something.
Bring these yellow light sticks. Oh, we need more shields, actually. And I'll bring it to you, Fib. Oh, man, I'm getting kind of tired, chat. I did wake up super early today. I don't really have a good way to deal with the robots. I mean, I guess the Osprey works, but great.
I guess, yeah. I mean, a lot of the like flying arcs really don't have too much armor in them, so you can just like shoot unarmored parts and kill them with almost anything, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Mainly the armored parts where you need the armor penetration, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Although light ammo is still ass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not great, but it'll do the job.
You just go through it so fast. Like, the amount of ammo required just to destroy a part is kind of rough.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers say that Ark is twice
Hey,
as
Trey.
vigilant after sunset.
Give me the thing so I can stick in my prison wallet.
Oh. Right.
Oh, do any of you need a rusted gear? Got one.
I've done mine. Sure.
Yeah, I'm all good. I got all bench packs.
Nice.
Oh, there's a team.
Yeah, team right there.
Up
Team right there.
Yeah. There's 2 at least.
3.
Do we shoot or no? I'm not gonna shoot.
No, not yet.
No, that's not the good plan.
No.
We could get into the, because I think they're going to the building, right? You can enter from this side, I think, if we go through this. Obviously, they probably hear it, but I don't know if that's the best. At least I'm pretty sure you can get in from here. I remember. You have to breach this door open, though. Oh, there's a medical back there.
Oh, why it did that?
I think it's a bug. Sometimes the game like double presses.
Yeah.
I think this door goes to the building where the zip line is to the rooftop as well, you know. Put this stuff probably.
Oh, I need to go to lab 1 here actually.
It's the second floor, so not on the. Oh.
Oh, come.
One up there. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I thought he was like shooting something up the staircase there. Push in.
It's just awkward.
Okay.
I don't know where his friends are.
I'm knocking
Could be
him.
on either side. Yeah. Yeah,
They're
zipping
zipping?
down
Yeah,
here, I
zipline.
think.
Yeah, zipline.
Hold on. I'm just watching the corner if they're coming in here. Don't see them though. I think they like zip to the first. I mean, they might have zipped to the first floor upstairs either.
There they are. Pinged him.
Oh, he has a.
It's down.
No, I think it should be all 3, right?
Yeah, just.
Try?
Yeah.
Yeah, they killed themselves. Cool.
We have
Here's
more
one behind
shots.
us.
Yes, they might do coming for the zip line, I think. I guess. Oh, what the?
Hello?
Yeah, we need to be careful. These guys are definitely gonna show up soon.
Yeah.
Heal up, Trey.
Yeah, more zipline action.
Yeah, I think they might be like zipping up the tower. 'Cause they're, like,
One of these guys had a
already
Torrente too. I'm gonna tick that shit.
Yeah.
Torrente
Could be
1.
up bad.
Do you need any heals? I have a ton.
I got enough.
You wanna grab this anvil? I'm a little too heavy.
Sure.
Also got a renegade.
I'll take the win, eh? Why not? Maybe to the...
I'm like 95% sure they're like behind this door and zipped up.
Yeah. Still have that other guy to loot. Well.
Yeah, but he's kind of
Right,
like...
I've looted that one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got fuck all on them. Cool.
I mean,
Do any of you want Toro?
Nah, I'm good. I've got like 3 on me in my bank.
Let's go for this loot. Got 3 zip lines.
Oh.
You could maybe get the rooftop with the zip lines and flank them. Anvil 4 and MK3. Loot MK3.
Oh, damn.
If it was anyone else who suggested that, I'd say sure. But
Okay, this your zip lines suggest that same thing. Take that.
Actually, no, you take him.
Sure? You sure?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how where you could zip line to the top, but I'm pretty
got-
sure they're like at the rooftops.
Yeah.
You'd have to be outside, I think, to actually make an angle to zip line.
Yeah.
I mean, from like there, you can get like halfway up.
Yeah,
did
but
it last time.
there's 3 zip lines, so you could definitely make it
Okay, well,
up, I think, right?
Want to go outside then?
Sure. Try.
I mean, they're definitely
We
above
can
us right
zip
now.
from. No, there's a spot. We can like jump up here.
Nope, apparently not.
Well, you fell down. Oh, that's
It's fine.
awkward.
It's fine. Life
I'm
is
gonna
good.
make a zip line for you. Hold on.
I hear
Wait.
people here.
Did you drop me 1 or 3 zip lines?
I dropped you 1. I've got the other 2.
Okay. I'll use the zip line
Yeah,
here
they're
then for-
zipping up right now. I hear them from where I am.
I cannot reach that far, cause can I?
Well,
Oh wait, no,
You
I
can-
can. Can you get that zip line?
Down there.
oh. Hello?
It doesn't send him like flying.
The fuck?
I'm body block. I'll body block.
Can you get it? Can you jump into
Okay,
it?
I'm on.
I'm body blocking. I'll save you. I'll save you. Come here.
Holy fucking... I was on your
Got
head.
it.
Right, so
It's
why...
like a
All
nice
right,
charm.
Koos.
Does
Maybe
Hostess
maybe
work?
put your maybe holster first. Just in case.
Okay, why couldn't you do that the first time?
Here, take the zip tray. Other one if you want. I don't really know where we should.
I know we can like zip.
Can you get an angle like that?
That might be
I've
a
seen
little
people
weird.
double
I know.
zip all the way. You can double zip if you like get to this bridge. You can zip up from there and then do a second zip to get all the way to the very top. We could try that.
Yeah, do it.
Can we just like, how do we?
Because I did it from here last time, and it was fine.
Like you get to the halfway point at least with the zip line somewhere.
Yeah, you get like here.
Oh, you can get to
Somewhere
the very top. Yeah, we could do it just from here, I guess.
Got it.
That would maybe got some drone attention.
Yeah, you can do some like super janky sideways angled one from.
There's loot chests here. I'm gonna quickly look at them.
I don't know if it's on top of the pipe. You can get up to like that ledge, but
Yeah, it seems.
I assume everyone's got the anvil recipe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I got the Venator recipe as well.
If I jump, I can kind of see a thingy. I don't know if it's gonna latch on a good place or not. Should I just try?
You want?
I believe in you.
Like, okay,
If you fall,
I'm gonna try it.
all right.
I'm gonna
You
try it.
you can test it.
I'm
Although,
Yeah, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Godspeed. What a man.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
What a man. Hell yeah, brother. I've never seen a man fly so majestically through the sky.
I've got a sterilized bandage if you need.
Yeah, sure. Well, I tried.
You did try. It was a valiant attempt. There is a way to do it. I don't know exactly how.
Yeah.
That's the idea anyways.
Maybe it might be on top of this, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
I know there's like a ladder actually on this side. Maybe you could like zip line up here and hit the ladder as well.
Mhm.
But it's a bit awkward, maybe. I saw somebody do it that way. We have no more zip lines, so.
Somebody just wolf packed.
Yeah. Hang on, let's see if I can see him. Oh yeah, they're there.
I'm getting more on the roof up there.
Oh, there's a rocketeer above us. I don't like that.
Oh.
Oh, I don't like that.
Oh my god, I can't aim.
Yeah, running in.
Oh, they... Pinged him.
One dead.
That's one.
One's behind there.
One's running. Pinged him.
Can we down that guy?
We down
down one.
but
Yeah.
we should finish him though. I don't know where he is.
I don't think he can crawl.
Raider, down there.
Dude, I'm missing everything, chat.
Rocketeer, kind of. Oh.
You do it.
Well, the Rocketeer is kind of our actually one diagram, right?
I guess I don't know if I need to lead the bullets or not.
I feel like they must have left their friend.
Oh, he's crawling.
Oh, easy. Nice.
Yell him.
I was gonna say. Nice. Okay.
I can't, dude. I'm so bad, chat.
Can we trigger this? No.
Oh, I actually hit him. I hit both.
Yeah, they're both behind there now. They're both behind there. Yeah.
Well, this won't explode me there, right? Yes, it does.
Well,
we're never gonna kill them, but unless we jump down, I don't really know how we get down from.
I'm a zip
Oh,
line,
right,
zip
yeah.
line. Well, if somebody keeps
Pinged
an
him.
eye out, are they still?
he's running that way.
Keep pinging. Both there, or?
They're both there. They're both there behind that. Yeah, they're
You
running.
might want to come down.
Yeah,
Well,
come and.
yeah, you should probably come down. Do you have an angle on
I
him?
don't know where they are now.
They've both gone that way. So I think they're still sending it. Yeah.
Well,
Doesn't matter what their friend, honestly.
yeah.
Battler 4 and some more heals. There's a lot of medium ammo here. Do you have their Torrente? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I can take it.
200 medium ammo on that body.
Kind of cover you.
I'm kind of staying up at the moment to see if I can spot them.
Cross the snitch. Wait, didn't he spot somebody in the house? No?
Why is it?
Wait, did you just hear that breach?
Yeah, there's dude in the house, I think. There's spotted somebody there, maybe. Wait, is there somebody in the house?
I don't see anybody.
What the? Is there like underneath bit here?
Maybe.
I'm gonna go in, just in case. Nope. Very confused.
It takes so long to reload. Holy shit.
Oh, yep, underground bit. Right next to us. Hold on. There's like a hole here. All here. Peek up. Hit me from. There's like a stairs there.
Throwing nades. Kus, you gotta come down. You could probably flank
Yeah,
them.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm on the other side of you.
Right behind you.
I hear some stompies.
Yeah, there's like dude here still. I'm gonna throw some grenades in there. Get back. Oh, running in, get the door.
Pushing sounds like a bad idea for this. Is there any way to get behind them? Not there. Really, game?
Oh, Jesus, Kus.
Oh, you fell down. Oh.
Yeah, there was grass covering the gap between the two pipes, and yeah.
There might be a zip line in between.
At least you're not dead.
There is. That's true. Yeah. Oh, I think this is a
We
way
hear
to
them
actually
running
get in there.
underneath here somewhere, but I just don't know the underneath bit here at all.
Yeah.
Not sure. We gotta get back together though.
Yeah.
I can come up to you guys pretty easily.
They opened the door here again. Oh god.
Thing is, I might be. There is a way like below us there to get to them.
They opened the door and closed back, but no, we have to go. Well, yeah. We just loot. Is there? They get the big parts out of this. I think they did.
There's some crazy running around.
Does anyone need the bombardier parts?
Yes.
Yeah, there's two at least. I loaded now.
Yeah, I hear them looting below us.
And just keep clean. Oh, just take this. You have another slot on your
I can
side?
grab it.
No, but I will make a slot.
Oh, rocket there. Dude, rocket there. Push. Yeah, that's... These rocketeers just like stay aggro for like forever as well.
Well, this is annoying.
Oh, another bombardier's just spawned.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Yeah, this is...
I don't know. Do we go out the backside? Not sure what we should do.
Yeah, maybe.
With the Cusco
Oh my
small.
god, the... Oh, no, he's looking away.
Oh yeah, he's looking like, yeah.
Isn't there like a... I thought there was like a ladder around here or something.
There's a zip line, but it's more over this way. The only thing. Oh, hi.
Can we go like along this side? Oh, yeah, I think we should just Oh jeez, I aggroed it.
Yeah. Or that spoilers are coming too for the bombardier.
I mean, I don't know. What, should we just kill the spotters, I guess?
Yeah, kill the spoilers. They will spawn again, but gonna be just wrong, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, send it.
Oh, I got the rocket here as well. Great.
Oh, what a man.
Oh my! I need to go in this building.
There's a turret in there.
This rocketeer, Christ.
Come in here, Trey. Come in here.
Oh, freaking arc, man.
Oh. Where's the rocketeer magnets on? Jesus.
We're okay. There's a leap around there too. Wait, is he on fire?
Yeah, he is. He is.
Ah.
I don't see any rocketeers or anything. Okay, good. All right.
I'm gonna get the straw that's chasing after you guys.
Get. Oh, he's right there. He's not looking too healthy.
Dude, oh my god, the fucking
Oh, he's looking
legend.
this way.
Oh, somebody's smoking here. Somebody smoked there. There's the button. I lit him. Kill one. Press the button.
Okay, I'm coming up.
The leaper is on this apparently. Oh, it's on me.
Running next to me. Running next to me.
You sure that's
oh, wait,
not
no,
me?
That's you. That's not you. Yeah, yeah. I realized you ran that way. I downed one here. I'm just, yeah, dude.
Jesus, Trey. Cold-blooded.
Yeah, other one here. Over here.
Ping it if you can. If you off it.
Found him.
Do that. Do that. Okay, we gotta get this.
What?
This crazy. Please rest me. Please rest me. Let me be with 2 guns.
Right, get your shields up if you can.
He would appreciate our revive. Well, does your friend have a revive?
Oh, there is fighting above us.
Yeah, there's people to the northeast.
Yeah.
We're gonna kill this guy.
That's alright. Not today.
Honestly, I'm just gonna loot these guys and then I'm ready to.
Yeah. Just loot crap whatever you can and just...
You ready? How much time do we have on this thing?
I'm ready.
47 seconds.
Oh, it's like 2 minutes. We got.
Oh.
I'm pretty full up on loot. Oh,
Yeah. I had like 3 blueprints.
Oh.
He's in the chat. I'm sorry, buddy. You bastard.
Things happen sometimes, alright?
Nothing personnel, kid. Okay.
God, so many healing item slots in this thing. Kind of crazy. You did not need my loot. Look at you. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, my friend needed your loot. Actually, he really didn't need it either, but... It's how she goes. Next time you win. Best of luck, my man. Dude, this... this effect on this augment is so bad, I feel like. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you were a duo,
Do you guys want to go on to
I
that
feel
map
for
again,
you.
if it's still nighttime? Because I might bring a damn control tower key, if that's the case.
Oh boy.
That time's over. No, it's over. So I'm buried city now.
Yeah, the blue tactical is like the best one in the game, I feel like. Honestly. Use the golden weapons for next raid. I don't think I'm ready for that. I would rather keep them in my storage, nice and safe. Where are they? Just kidding, but I do want to use them at some point.
With me around at the moment, I think I'll accidentally lead us to death all the time, so keep those safe.
Alright, hold on, chat. I'll be back in a sec. I will be right back.
Yep. Nice.
Alright, I'm back, chat. I've already been streaming for 6 hours, dude. Where's the time gone? Alright. Y'all wanna go again? Where are we going?
We'll get a nighttime buried city or I don't know.
I am down to clown.
Or we just go Blue Gate tunnels and know there's guaranteed PvP till death.
If you want, I wish it was nighttime because then I could take that confiscation room key.
There's like an electromagnetic storm in 6.5 hours in Blue Gates, the first one on
Yeah.
launch.
I wanna try that out tonight.
It's like, yeah.
It's probably gonna be pretty late for you.
Yeah, it's like 2:30. So I probably won't bid a lot.
Yeah. Hopefully it lasts for like more than an hour.
I would imagine so, since they've been like,
yeah.
well,
You would hope. You would think.
yeah, he would think, yeah. And I guess we just go night raids, chance to get some good loots.
If you don't mind, I want to try out the hospital because I still need those bloody reagents.
Okay. Gear-based matchmaking is the thing. I don't think so. No, my sleep schedule was actually okay. I went to bed at like fucking 10 p.m. last night, dude. I was so tired. I wanted to play more of this game, but I was way too tired.
Shit. No, I'm on the far end.
We joined late as well.
The last extraction site is at the hospital, so we can just go there, I guess, towards that side.
Solar panels are nearby the Grandioso apartments. Watch your back, Raider.
I like your words, Magic Man.
Give me running first just to attract the gunshots and pretty good at that.
Oh yeah, there are laboratory reagents in Plaza Rosa. If you need them.
Oh yeah, there's like the pharmacy there, isn't there?
Mhm.
Oh right, yeah. I keep forgetting there's a farm.
It's actually a really good loot spot. There's a ton of like treasure in the apartments.
Really nighttime, obviously every area is basically pretty good loot area, so.
Yeah, it's just I've had like 50 or 60k that I made in just a few minutes here. It's pretty far. If we want to get in, the best way is to not use the breach door.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what the best or
Yeah,
what
here,
other
follow
way
me.
is in, but
We can drop in from... Where is it? Oh, right here.
I see.
oh, I nailed it. Hold on. I'm on the balcony underneath. Can I get to this balcony? Is this the same place still? Maybe.
It should be, yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Need to up my gamma.
Oh, snap hook. Horizontal grip.
Oh, you got the legendary?
Yeah.
I found one here as well before, actually.
Not bad.
It's one reason here.
Down.
Yeah, here, if that's the last one you need.
How do you up the gamma? You
One.
just type gamma in your search bar. Could go across the street.
System 32.
There's another apartment like across the way that we could loot. Or if we want to fight, we could go.
I'm down to fight.
Let's fight.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have shot that guy.
It was fine, surely. I'm just.
I don't know.
I have a
They
bad
might be
idea
in
of
this.
spawning
They
in
might be in
first.
this buildings.
Yeah. Should we maybe? Can we get up from like layer? Wish I had just zip lines.
Yeah. Goose is a bit far behind as well.
Oh.
I'm just keeping an eye out in case they pop their heads out.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm always the rear guard.
There's like a window on the right, which I'm a bit afraid of. It on the.
Here's some running.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
They're like
they're
on the
definitely
roof or in the building. Oh.
I think it sounds in the building, otherwise it'd sound more like roof tile.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely running around in there.
Yeah, there's one running there in the open. Well, he ran behind the building. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. I mean, should we just push up?
I am most definitely sure. Off we go.
Oh, it's fucking ticking there. But are those ticks making crazy footstep noise? There?
No, they can't. Can they?
It's awkward. They're like a
Oh,
weird
there's a
building in
Rocketeer.
here, which is. Yeah, this whole building right here is super weird. There's like an inside courtyard and all that in that building specifically, which is kind of odd. If they're camping in there, it's.
I mean, we could go on the bridge, maybe.
Hmm.
Or what do you think?
Oh, bad
Or
idea.
let's go on the bridge. This ball will just go off, right?
What the?
Really?
Well, that's great.
Yeah,
Oh, this guy running.
Down, nobody. Oh. One's like right underneath us and one right off to this one.
That's a corpse.
Another team on the other side. Seeing anything though?
Oh, yeah, something's happening on in that alleyway.
We could go back
See
down on
gunfire.
these roofs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well. Let's push this way, I guess. Hope this dude don't come behind us super quickly.
There's 3 bodies here as well. Probably looted. You want to check that guy, Trey?
No,
Dude.
No, it's loaded.
Sounds like they might. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, those guys are fighting up. Northwest as well.
I don't know. This is weird. Yeah, inside the building, something blew up there. So.
Yeah, there's also just be conscious there's people west as well.
Not really sure where we should. Everybody's being so quiet.
Did you open this window?
No.
I just opened it, yeah.
Okay.
Figured it's good to have some cover if we need it. Well, those guys are probably going to go Plaza Rosa, that other team. Probably going for that extract if they already haven't.
Guess no corpse.
Look at you running in northeast. Or her running, I'm not sure. Maybe this game's audio is just... Oh, it's just robot, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing now. Just chilling on the rooftops. Well, you could see, well, yeah.
So quiet.
Yep.
Well, where? So the last one's our hospital. I don't know. I guess we just go towards hospital.
Yeah, screw it.
What's happening that direction far away? Like really far away.
Head home at the northern station.
Awkward spot to go on because of the Bastion.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Fist! No!
What the fuck?
That's my job.
Fucking hole in the ground, dude.
What is this loot here?
The safe window is closing.
Well,
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I
I'm gonna run this way to this rooftop. I think I just... Wait, can I jump here? No. It's getting more and more awkward. Oh, I'm gonna drop down here. Can I? Maybe just ground level. What's this ball? Man.
Oh, wait, can you guys check something? When I do this, do I look glitchy?
Oh yeah, you're
you
freaking out.
see- Yeah.
Got them jazz
So you
hands.
do that on...
What'd you say, Trey?
Stream.
Oh.
The tutorial range looked funny.
I mean, it would make it harder for somebody to shoot you when you're going up.
Activate it. Yeah, activate the.
All right, well.
Here, but I don't know if you wanna try to go fight there. And...
I mean, I've got a Torrente. I can fucking mow him down, but.
Yeah.
A little
It
scary.
depends if we're on the right. Yeah, it's always this. If you're on the opposite sides, it's kind of like gentleman's fight in a way, but.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have smokes? Yeah, smokes.
I have one blue.
Okay, the train is actually the station. We're gonna be quick. We're gonna try to make this. Remember not on this side because this. Well. Send in there.
You're sending it? Oh my god, bro.
that
Are you serious? Are these guys cheating? There's no fucking way.
Oh, that one wasn't tight. Okay.
There's no fucking way, dude. What? I guess they just have good headphones.
Another Venator 4 and Bobcat.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was kind of jank though, because I shot him twice in the face with an anvil. So he was either heavy shield or I don't know.
I mean, I was moving through the smoke and they just tracked me perfectly.
Maybe they threw a tracking.
Oh yeah,
grenade
maybe it
there,
was a
but-
tracking grenade.
I did throw one down there myself. I could see them through the smoke, but
I couldn't see them.
yeah, I was a bit late with the tracking grenade though, because
Oh, I see. I didn't have like
was
any
out
grenades to
already.
throw, sadly. Should have stayed at the top, but I don't know, that's crazy. Ping through the smoke. Yeah, maybe people.
just backed up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I should have went in with Couscous, but it was just like you were dead, Trey. So
Yeah, well,
it was just like a
well,
2v3.
It's like we either had to like just not go down there at all because I kind of backed up and survived, right? Because there was the smoke
Mm-hmm.
and we had to just kind of follow through. But
Can you ping people through the smoke? Like the smoke doesn't prevent that. Maybe they're just like spamming mouse click the entire time.
I don't know.
You could do. Could do.
That's kind of cringe if you could do
can.
that.
Yeah, that's insane if you can just ping through the smoke.
Well, I kind of wish I just charged down because that was awful. I didn't even get to shoot them.
Well,
that's really dumb.
Free loadout and send it for some PvP.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I should have just slid down the stairs and just started blasting them with the Torrente, dude. God damn it. That really sucked.
Oh, Lash Blooms as well.
Didn't even get to do anything. Well, it was like, the thing is we missed the opener and then Trey was at 10 HP. So I thought we were backing, but then Koos went in and I don't know. It's alright. Shit happens. I just wish that I had manned up, because maybe I could have done something at least.
I was really hoping that would have been on the other side. There's like a random drone there on the way, so I assumed they could have been on the other side, but
Yeah. Honestly, if I had just charged down, I mean, I had a Torrente, like, they probably would have insta-killed me, but If they didn't, I would have
Gonna go the
absolutely
scary
destroyed
tunnels
him.
here.
Sure.
There's the double security breach thing really close to this when you go down, but if you can make it first there and get some weapons. I think you can like run up from this side to this window or something if you just, I don't know if you need to run here or something. Or it's just like, pretty sure you can make through that little.
Oh, I'm in.
Okay, let's jump. Or... Send it. I get quickly to the in here, right?
Oh.
You can open the weapon things. I'm just gonna have a look out here.
It's a weapon crate too.
Oh, combat aggressive. Blueprint.
Wait, what blueprint?
The aggressive combat augment.
What is that?
I got a
the
wolf
combat.
pack here if somebody wants. Got 2 actually.
I've got a renegade, so I'm pretty happy.
Pick them up, I guess. I could have door block this maybe.
Honestly, door
Get the
blockers
tunnels.
can definitely come in clutch.
Do I go the tunnels here or load up here?
Which
Go the
did you
tunnels.
do the weapon thing? You check the color
wait,
up there.
Is there?
I've looted everything else.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't. Where's the thermal in here?
It's back through.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
You hate gathering fruits. Not too bad. It was like
Oh, here.
right here.
A capsule request terminal. Here.
But you just have to wait.
Yeah. Blue. So. Here.
On craters. Yep, that's us.
I think it's here. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I've never been to here. I know there's like a loot room in there if you bring like the batteries to it, but Renegade and a Rattler 2. I can replace my Rattler 1. Yay.
Can we open this door?
You need like batteries for it. They're
Oh.
found in the lab somewhere here. I mean, we could try to do it, but probably have a lot of teams by then. I don't know where they spawn here though. I've seen the spawns on this room once, but outside of that spawn, I have no idea. I think they're like a wall thing, and you have to carry like 3 batteries to the door or something. It's a bit...
Seems like a lot of work. It's like that's not a shortcut,
Yeah.
right? I guess that there's like a loot room or something.
Yeah, it's like a big loot room. But the fun thing is like you can literally close it from the outside and you'll be trapped inside forever unless somebody opens it for you.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I've seen some clips
Fucked
of
up.
people being mean. these batteries. Yeah, like I have no idea if they always spawn inside the building here, or can they like spawn out like upstairs or something, or what's the actual like range for this? You would think they'd be inside the building somewhere, but
Gotta be like fairly close.
I feel like usually like that's.
They've been okay, Mitch. We died like horribly in our last run though. We just got killed through like a smoke grenade. I've never actually seen people shoot so accurately through the smoke, but apparently you can just spam ping through the smoke and you can tag people with that, which is really stupid, and I feel like they should change that because you can't actually see the player, but oh, whatever.
Yeah, I have no idea honestly.
Wait, I don't even know what I'm really looking for.
It's like a thing on a wall that has like 3 batteries on it. You can pick them up like the fuel crates and stuff. Only they're a bit smaller.
Is it something you maybe have to breach? Because I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. I just once found it randomly. But
I mean, that had to have either
either
they were cheating or they did that, or they used a tagging grenade, because they were shooting me perfectly through the smoke.
Is it this thing?
I should have just.
An access capacitor rack.
Oh.
Over here.
It kind of doesn't look like it would. Wait, is there something on this door? Do you have to like bring them from the door to that first? If that's the case, I don't know. Surely not, right? Oh, fucking stop. Hold on. No.
They could just be lucky. I don't know about that. That seems kind of crazy. Like, they were literally tracking me through the smoke. I was strafing sideways.
They don't spawn always, maybe. But that'd be weird.
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, it could be. You motherfucker.
Don't worry, I shot your head.
Thank you. You saved my life. I now have only half of my brain cells remaining.
Yeah.
Well, go back up. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
These guys. Got a rocketeer on them. Wait, did you guys pick up those wolf packs or did we just leave them?
Had them.
Okay.
Should I just try this?
If
you want.
I'm gonna try and get a position on these guys first.
If it switches to us, be ready, I guess.
Because they're on the roof, like, through there. But they're blinking. Yeah, oh, they're in like the gas station, I think. Yeah.
I'm afraid of just randomly turning the aggro on one of us, but
why would it do that?
I can throw nades down there.
Oh,
they're getting third partied.
Oh.
Yeah, you got bombarded. You know what? I'm gonna throw this wolf back now because I don't trust this.
Yeah, I don't trust it either.
You go. Really nice, right?
Oh hell yeah.
Naded him.
Just run back in. What's up here?
One down.
Whoop, whoop. What's the sound?
Rendered. Maybe it's just him.
Do you hear this like metal clanking sound?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I think something must just be stuck somewhere.
Yeah, maybe it's like a broken piece of something. Want to loot this. Sure nothing bad happens. A free loadout. Sag.
They were just like us.
You looted the guy out back or in the front there, Trey?
Yeah.
There's 2 dead guys here as well.
3 actually. There's one inside as well.
Zipline.
This one is not free loadout.
Where's the inside
Yeah,
guy?
lucky duck.
One right next to the window on the left.
Oh, nice.
He's
My
got some
fucking
inside.
nades destroyed them.
And there's a barrel for ore if somebody wants. This buddy. Let's pick up the heat.
I think I heard somebody, or was that? Is that me?
What is happening? My
Hearing
game is-
myself? My game is also at 50 FPS.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say my game is 50 FPS too. 47. Sorry, it was cooked. Is something broken in the spot? 42, 41. Is it going down for you?
Yeah. Are we getting? Is the server getting fucking DDoSed, bro? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. 35.
We gotta get out before the game crashes.
Yeah.
Mom, come pick
Go to
me
the
up.
forest area. I'm at 35 FPS.
Yeah, 28.
Shit, what happens when it hits 0? Holy shit.
Oh my.
Oh, God.
There's a ladder there.
You can like,
fall it.
yeah, you can
Okay,
slide on
I
the
got
wall.
the FPS back. Get FPS back.
I didn't.
That's awkward.
Right, stop downloading porn. God damn it.
Not my fault.
David,
So
thank you for the
it's
111 months. That's so weird. What is?
Oh shit, there you go. I've magically got 120 then.
Wow, you guys got the magical fix, and I didn't.
Hey, European privilege, okay? Oh wait, I'm
Oh,
in
wait,
Britain,
it
I can't
fixed.
say that anymore.
Right.
What the hell was that?
There's somebody like running in the forest, like northwest, I think.
Yes. Oh, there's a guy. I saw a guy
just needs-
running. Yeah. There's a guy.
How
He
close?
just ran
Coming to us.
that way. He was like right in this gap.
Oh. He's almost
me.
down. He's almost down. He's at like 1 fucking health.
Headshot him.
Nice.
Initiating ventilation lockdown. Turbine control granted.
Oh, Trey, I don't know where.
Hold for clearance.
Okay.
He's.
He got.
How was he? Oh, 1 down. I think another one's over there. Yeah, get the peek on him.
He killed himself? I didn't.
I think there was another one, but I need a freaking shield shard here.
I have.
Oh wait, I have one.
Didn't see anyone else, I don't think.
He goes duo. Yes.
Reload, I did this one.
That's him. Okay. Bunch of junk. Alright. Oh. Shall we get out of here?
FPS. Lagging or.
No, it fixed itself randomly as well. We did it. Yippee. Reload out success.
But I think I'm gonna convert this free loadout thing and just run with whatever I picked up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I have a Renegade, so I'm pretty happy with that.
No, the game's fine now, I think. No, I haven't maxed out the expedition. How many of the lab reagents do you need?
I think it's just the one.
You just need one. Yeah, I can bring one in for you.
I would appreciate that. How many flame grenades can you make, Trey?
I got 18 at the moment in my bag.
I think the better question then is, do you want to lose all 18 of those?
We're not yet if we're going PvP craziness.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking once...
Oh my god, the stats.
Because I can craft them as well after this one. So if you want to farm like XP, you could go kill a bunch of big arcs with a bunch of blaze grenades.
Yeah. I know how the XP works. Does it like... I think it only counts for the one who damages... Like, if you damage something, you only get the XP from that. Doesn't like share it between the whole group. Or maybe you get like the XP from actually killing it. The whole group, but like the damage is individual.
Hey there.
Suppose we could just take a turn throwing one.
Alright, I think I'll probably play one more chat and then maybe we'll switch to a horror game because I have been playing this game all day. I want to get some lunch as well. Not addicted. Yeah, I said I'm gonna take a break. I don't know what I should go for. Are any, like, do you want to go far into mobility? I don't know.
Yeah, my spaceport that time.
I'm down. A little bit of spaceport at night time. Do I have any keys for this?
I guess this one is good. Doesn't slow you down as much.
I got a warehouse key. I don't even know where that is, to be honest.
Oh yeah, this, I think I want loaded arms, right? For the weight.
Yeah, I'll bring it.
And then I guess like these two is also good. Might have put too many points in mobility, but... Yeah, the weapon weight reduction is massive.
Always a plus.
Forgot something?
Yeah, okay, the warehouse key is at the top of the map. Cool.
How much? I think it reduces your weapon's weight by like half or something. Mobility is good though. At least the like stamina ones. How much would you effectively gain? I mean, I think you would probably be getting like 5 to 10 extra weight.
Lovely if the perks had right next to them
Here's
actual
your
percentage
bottle.
of like.
Laboratory regions. Here.
Okay, so I've got a key for that.
Oh, for the shipping warehouse?
Yeah, yeah. Bring it with me.
Do you wanna check out any of the breach stuff that's on the towers here? But it'll probably turn into a PvP zone if we go there, right?
I'm down.
Just
I mean, there's one right here.
By the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Hey, Curie, thank you for the 30 months, man. Thank you very much, buddy. I feel like taking a nap, chat. Hey, Jukebox Jedi. How's it going, buddy?
Going from the right, don't you?
Yeah. Sometimes there can be like a team coming from like this side. Notice. I mean, there's also the locker room, but I don't know if we want to hit that.
True. In there. Just get this first, I guess.
Yeah. Got a Bobcat. Replace my Stitcher 4 with that. And an Arpeggio. I don't know if any of y'all want that.
Nah,
Some medium ammo. Over here.
I'll just scrap it then.
We go for the tower next?
Yeah.
Alright. Maybe just jump off the tower and go take out the warehouse, loot room as well afterwards. But
Yeah, we. Okay.
I haven't seen the locker room is probably just.
I feel like less people hit it in trios. Stitcher 2. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
And drop some gun parts here. If y'all want. So I got a blaze nade. Osprey blueprint. You need.
You get it, Trey?
Oh, well, good. Oh, good.
thank you so much for the 30 months, Kiri. You Betty. This has been the most silent night raid I've ever seen. I don't think I've heard a single shot yet.
The jump hit the ladder.
Oh, you could just miss like I did.
No.
Oh, right, it's a different button. Yeah, you have to press E.
Weapon cache here in the medical bag.
Volcano, you want it?
Sure.
There's 20 ammo for it as well.
Nice. Does tower have any breach thingies? I don't know. Oops.
Yeah. Yeah, every guard tower has a locker.
Oh. Lovely.
Osprey in here? Maybe want that?
Good. I don't like the Osprey.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a fan. It's okay for sniping, but you can just do the same with other guns anyways, and you don't have to rack it every time.
Is there anybody on the server? Anybody?
I don't know what's going on. Oh. I need to kill this thing.
Time to break the silence.
Oh.
I guess this is where I get to you.
Ooh, a snap hook.
Yeah, I got a snap hook too. Il Toro blueprint. Berletta. Berletta's favorite. Found the grappling hook everywhere.
Any of you want a wolf pack? I'm already overweight. I don't want to be over encumbered. Good now though.
No.
I have the tactical loadout, which is nice, but the weight is so bad.
Yeah.
I feel like it has the strongest effect. The weight kind of sucks.
Yeah.
What is actually fucking happening in the raid right now, though?
Yeah, I wish I knew.
Yeah, I normally just throw them at bots, but I mean, not anything we really want to kill right now necessarily.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are there explosions like southeast super far away?
Did we aggro that? I guess so.
Yeah, I think the turret aggroed it for us.
Oh, yeah.
Or like the cameras for it. was getting too quiet. Just gonna get the middle tower at this point if there's nothing happening. Is there actually somebody there?
B.
Why would it be? They're like the two key towers here. Maybe there's like. Okay, there's southwest finally some gunshots. But yeah. Can we go down here or do we go towards the actual gunshots?
Go towards the gunshots.
Yeah.
You can get to the top floor loot in the trench towers with the hook. Oh, really?
Well, I know this is not what Kuskus could do, but could I just like... What? Okay. I'm gonna drop down the grappling hook down, Kuskus.
What?
I'm gonna drop the grappling hook for you, okay? It's important that you get the experience too.
Come on up, buddy.
Snap hook down there.
Yep. Right. On there. I see.
Nailed it.
Holy shit. I'm Spider-Man.
Okay. You can hold on to it, it's fine. Just gotta figure out how do we run these people without them just blasting us on this wall.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can place a grappling hook up, probably, but it's...
True. Probably should have done that. Straight
Someone's
middle.
opening stuff in here, maybe. Yeah, people are now opening stuff down here. Inside or outside? Inside somewhere, but...
Just stay right here and blast somebody potentially the moment we get to sight, but... Good idea.
Kind of staying up here and keeping an eye, see if I can see him.
Do we hear them running anywhere?
You didn't see shit, buddy.
Freaking Hornet.
You didn't see shit, buddy.
What?
Walk away.
Well. So much for stealthing.
So much.
You guys are definitely shook now. I don't know, like, the layouts that well. Oh. Oh my god.
Okay. Well. I guess that's around the front.
Or Front, inside, back.
Kind of.
Yeah, southeast or east. Yeah.
There are like a more like roof windows here on this side as well, so we can see. They're like. There's probably something on the front.
Oh yeah, we can
somebody
see.
on the front.
Wait, what?
There's somebody on the front of the building as well,
Okay.
running on the open. Somebody's shooting underneath as well. Maybe don't shoot this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Blame Cook. Oh, is that? No.
Yeah, I think there's somebody in the building there.
Yeah. There's a guy who just went into there as well. Now we've just got a
Are they
whole
like-
ass team beneath us. Pretty much.
Are they on the right underneath us here?
Yeah.
I would guess so. Drop in.
Drop in here, yeah.
How do we drop?
Like there's like a. I'm here, and I can just drop down.
Oh, he's there.
Here,
He's there.
but I don't know.
Pinged him.
Yeah. Well. I guess. Going in up.
Yep.
We try.
Which one's that?
How can he peek? Yeah, there's another one at the bottom floor.
Yeah, running upstairs there.
Oh, he's right here.
On you?
I'm okay. I'm shielding.
Yeah.
He was like on the stairwell. I don't know where he went.
Oh, yeah, I see. Where is? In this corner, in this so bad. Seeing me right.
Can we kill this fucking turret?
Yeah. Okay. I think this dude is.
He's by himself
anymore.
now.
Okay, he's
He
in
shot
that
him across.
corner. That corner.
What corner?
Ping
Oh.
into there. I mean, you could run up here as well.
We, like-
inside the build.
If we just all push him, like he's fucking dead. We just need this. Goose, you gotta get down here.
Yeah.
Gray, you should heal a bit more. Downed him.
They're running through.
Loading.
I'm throwing a nade in. Oh,
Pinged him.
Yeah.
That's one.
Be dead, right?
surely. Careful,
said it
there
was
was
two.
probably a third. Knocking him.
They're like this should be all staying in this room if he grenades us in here or something, but
Yeah.
where did this
I need
dude
more
fall into?
shield chargers.
This did crawl into. We down the one here, but I gotta find this body. Did he get revived?
Nah, there's
Doubt
no
it.
way.
We might want to go central. I guess you need to find your body.
Yeah, there's this body still, but there's still one more body.
Oh, somebody's calling it.
Is that a hull cracker?
Oh shit.
Nice.
Ammo.
Yeah, I have no idea where the other guy went.
Well, didn't we fight him?
Yeah, we killed him in the like. Just back there, but
Like right around here. Did he drop his body in the pit?
so like we killed one dude in here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, his body is here. I'm just dumb. It's between this
okay.
building here. Okay, somebody else will loot this one. I'm full of shit already.
I'm already giga over encumbered, but maybe I can stack something.
Because maybe you wanna take this one since I can craft these bags. There's a looting MK3.
Don't mind if I do.
Alright, Koos, it's all yours. There's a lot of stuff on him still.
That one is.
An arc orbiter
Yeah,
is en
medium shield,
route.
sure.
The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out.
I weigh 90 pounds. Not huge fan.
Nice.
Let's head home at the south elevator.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Build that quickly. I don't have like anything super crazy, but
Do you need any heals? Guessing you're
I'm
probably
okay
fine.
with heals for sure.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Sure, I'll take the zip line. Why not? Alright.
Are we all over encumbered?
Maybe just a little bit.
Just head for the exit then.
Yeah.
I could be just planning to take the first floor, I imagine. Or I guess you can roll here. Never mind. Doesn't work.
Time to slowly work our way over there. You need to heal up. Who's missing some health, buddy?
I like to live dangerously.
I'm just gonna hold cracker grenade this rocketeer. Wait, did I grow somebody?
I mean, I've got the wolf thing if you want me to yeet it at it.
I mean, yeah, I have a one too. I'm just planning on using it just for XP.
Yeah, sure. There's some aggression.
Hopefully one is fully enough. I think it usually might die to directly one depending on how the rockets hit. But you might want to throw a second one. There's a leaper actually. You might kind of split the damage on both.
Okay, well, let's do it.
I'm just gonna throw one. Yeah, it's
That's not great.
Sure.
That works.
Shoot it with the hook.
Oh, they're both dead.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
I'm already overweight, why not?
I just don't even have like
Couple of
space.
pieces.
Ugh.
People extracting at the moment. I'm just gonna go for this bombardier pieces. Surely safe.
Holy shit, I weigh 90.
Somehow I'm only 55. Maybe just go by the locker room.
We could go to the locker room.
There's time technically, but it's fine. We get a second. I don't really need money or loot for anything really.
Mm-hmm.
I hoard way more than I lose stuff, so.
Tell me about it.
It's a problem.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home.
This should probably be the
I repeat, 5 minutes.
Somebody's aggroing the drone over there for some reason. It's on yellow.
Mother.
I don't know, I'm gonna get on this tower. Surely they're not in here, right? Doubtfully not. I don't know if you looted this one, if you wanna give me another weapon. Totally.
Yeah. You can take the Bettina, or I've got a Torrente too. What would you prefer?
Sure, I'll take this one. I got the one with the gang now. I'm overweight. Very good.
Hell yeah.
You want to go hit it, Trey? You can
Yeah,
smoke it if you want.
No, it's okay. I believe in my clown jit. Oh,
I smoked it.
was that you?
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
I've never been jump scared by smoke before, but it's
I don't even know if I threw it well.
It's kind of nice, this hidey hole under this truck, but it can be a kind of scary to get caught in here.
Run!
Super to button. Oops. Are we in? Are we in?
Yeah.
Alright, that was a pretty good raid, I'd say.
That was it. Yeah, that was really weird though. It was like dead silent for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's the most I've ever, the heaviest I've ever been when I left.
What's your like
At
loadout worth?
91.6.
I guess hunters.
Oh, 107, yeah. I think my biggest loadout I've had is like 150k at one time.
I assume it's the queen parts, right?
Yeah, that might have been the run. I actually can't remember. Well, my stash is ruined. Could have died.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know what to do at this point.
I really would like start just scrapping the like level 1s and just upgrading some to level 4.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. That's what I did. I have like now like maybe 6 rolls of like level 4 weapons at the moment in my bank.
Nice.
Instead of just...
Okay, so what the hell? I'm gonna make this one. So what is a combat MK3 aggressive?
That
that's
one's
kind
good.
of crazy. Yeah, restore 2 health every 5 seconds.
Yeah, it has a lot. It's like so many slots, and you can use a heavy shield.
Yeah, it does. Pretty nutty.
All the parts are in the... Making it worse! I need a Berletta for a quest, but... Pieces of crap out of here. Do I have other attachments to put on? I feel like getting the Torrente higher doesn't make that big of a difference. It's not like it fires any faster. The mag size is nice, but it already has such a big mag in the first place. Probably better to upgrade like the Venators. I think. I think like the Renegade and the Renegade is pretty valuable to do too.
Alright, I'm bringing the full heavy loadout and 10 blaze grenades. I'll give you 5 discs so you can chuck some at some arcs.
Have you destroyed the flame grenades against the like bastions and bombardiers?
Yeah, I used one on a leaper and
They're-
yeah, it was crazy. Like shocked how
They
good
are
it was.
crazy. It's just because they have multiple limbs, so they just take
Yeah.
like insane damage.
Well, we freed up some space. Toro 4. Yeah, Toro 4 is good. Oh my god, I have too many weapons. I have a problem. I've been working on an expedition, but I'm gate kept by like the second part of the expedition right now. Are these canisters used for anything? I think they are for something. What? Okay, I think I'm good to go again.
think we wouldn't mind if on like a night raid we would kill a few of the ground-based things so I could get the 3-star thing, because that's the only thing I'm
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, send it.
missing.
Bring one of your many flame grenades.
Yeah, I have 1 stack.
Forgot something?
Yeah, McDominant. A lot. I wish that you could do the stages like separately or something.
You know what, I'm gonna bring 1 random key as well, because I have like 4 or 5 rows of keys, I'm just not using them ever.
Yeah, feel that.
It's a problem.
Imagine having problems.
Can I help
Port
you?
friend's key, I guess.
Yeah, you can make those cloths in the refinery. The cooling fans are like the limiting thing.
You had, Koskos?
No. That was the warehouse.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you where the other one is. Well, I could. Hang on. Was it container storage key? That's in the Ruby residence, apparently. This will container. Oh. Left of the map.
Container storage. Spaceport.
Oh. Top left.
Server racks, I see. Oh, I see. Oh god, I'm getting tired, chat. I said that was gonna be alright. Alright, this is gonna be my last one, I think.
Yep.
The last one was gonna be the last one, but you know, now it's this one.
Surely.
The last of the last. The 1 more queen kill, you know?
Yeah, we would need to come pretty geared
yeah.
to do that. I mean, I have a bunch of hole crackers, and you can just buy the launcher ammo, so it's actually not that bad. Just you put so much effort into doing it, and like most likely there will be a team waiting for you to loot it.
Yeah,
I mean, that team is me and Trey usually.
Yeah, we Spicy, Zeke, and I, we saw a team fighting it, and we're like, okay, we're just gonna wait till they kill it, and then we're gonna fight them. And they didn't kill it until 1 minute left. It was like, okay, well, I guess we're leaving.
2 of the times we've tried to do that. First time we only we killed the. I think we only got like 2 queen parts out. I don't know.
Oh, from the leg.
Time was so tight.
Have some
yeah.
goodies.
And,
Let's go to the departure building.
and the other time, the team didn't even kill it in time. They shot it 20 minutes. I don't know what they were doing, but they probably didn't know how to kill it fast.
Yeah.
So.
I want to do some horror. Maybe one short horror game. I have been streaming for 7 hours though.
Didn't, so we died. Timer ran out.
I've never lied to you.
So what are we doing?
I mean, I don't know. We can hit the lockers, I guess, and kill people along the way.
If there's any big round boys, we just kill them too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you brought a ton of blazes, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can go in here and then do that, I guess.
And hopefully extract out alive.
Mm-hmm. That last run was pretty solid, at least. Not so much shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Does this thing reach up here? It does. Yeah, but you can't really get in.
Ouch.
Good effort.
No, I started streaming at 5 a.m. this morning. Or no, it was 6 a.m.
Super far away.
Hey, Fundius.
Doing some gardening.
Got a wolf pack.
You guys loot. I will stand at the door with the shotgun.
Okay.
Could be in the bastion or something in north. Can hear like minigun firing quite a lot.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Got some blaze grenades dist.
Sure.
Here you go, buddy. That's hot.
Oh yeah.
Just run this direction just to see if we can see this dudes. Surely nobody's in here, right?
You move
Probably would have
so
heard
fucking
him.
slow with the heavy shield.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. But you are tanky as hell, so. You have a renegade trait?
Team running up?
There by the fuel pod.
Yeah, team there, running up. The middle.
Want to shoot this guy?
The launch pad.
Sure. Hitting.
Oh shit!
Oh. Dude.
Oh.
No, watch out. Oh god.
Oh, they are indeed shooting back.
Well, wasted their supplies, I guess.
Somewhere there.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys have any white bandages? One or two?
No, I actually didn't bring any.
I just got blue.
I usually do.
Just one is fine, if you have it.
Otherwise, I'll just... Okay, that's alright. I can make one.
Oh, I sniped, I guess. That's great. Right after I used my fucking.
The tower. I think.
Right after I used my bandage.
Okay, yeah, they're like on the walls on the northwest side. Like really far away sniping, I think. Yeah, on the tower as well there.
I mean.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe it's just... I think they might have snipers as well. They're pretty accurate with the shots.
I imagine they came here specifically to do that.
Go up, I guess.
Ah!
Oops.
Okay. Fuck off. Really?
We're missing some fans. I think these have a chance of having fans if you break.
Oh, the cooling fans.
Put this down.
There, by the tower.
Just trying to see if I could ping it.
Seems like they moved. I mean, they could be pushing up to us.
Yeah. Oh, there's a team fighting there.
Outside.
Like, are they fighting? Oh, they're shooting each other.
Raider.
They're like running northeast-ish.
Tempting.
Probably hitting all the lockers. I bet that's the team that was at the guard post.
Yeah.
And one team's at the launch tower. Hey, Montegui, thank you for the 25 months. There's a horror waiting room? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I feel like I need to take a nap. Hey, Brutal Bandits, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, dude.
Oh, they ground big boys.
Well, there's a
I mean,
Leaper over there.
We do want to
At the
kill them,
distance,
right?
so,
So...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out there.
Well, you can shoot them from really far away and they will come to you, but at least show where we are for everybody pretty much.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
more
what
like
if
big
I-
boys will spawn us.
Yeah.
Well, but
Hey, Tansneed, thank you for the 10 months.
Definitely some fighting over there. Oh, they might. Oh, the Leaper's after them, I think.
That looks like it.
Yep.
Out there.
Bombardier.
Okay.
A bombardier.
Well, there's a Rocketeer here. Should I shoot it? We can...
I
Well-
think the Rocketeers count. It's only the ground-based ones. that
Oh,
can
right,
actually-
right. Yeah.
So, I mean, that be to the side, or like way to the side, that would be kind of nice to get, but... again,
Is there one there? Yeah, we can go over there.
Yeah. Go down though. So nobody's down here waiting.
Doubt horror will happen today. Wow. Can't believe you would say that.
This is an actually active extraction point, so... There's a chance there could be somebody around. Oh yeah, I believe. Fucking hell. Yeah, they're on the wall,
Yeah, they're
that's
up there.
fucked. Yeah.
Yep. Ow.
Yeah, they're on the wall.
Putting lots of smoke.
Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna stick to this wall and hope they don't realize me. I have like a shotgun if they jump. No other shotgun. Yeah, he's on the wall here. If he comes down a little bit, I'm gonna like melt him.
Down that guy. I fucked up, dude.
Can you ping roughly where they are? That's why
There's one here. I think he sees me here. Yeah, he does. Fucking hell.
Killed one.
God damn it. Yeah, I'll lead one per bad. Maybe that was the
Coming
last
up.
dude.
You're stuck down there.
Need to get Trey.
I'm
You have a
being finished,
defib?
Yeah. It's just shooting me, finishing me here.
Oh my god, climb. I'm up, Goose. You gotta push.
Maybe try to shoot him. I'm pinging.
Get him, Goose. He's behind you.
Oh, mother.
Holy shit, bro.
Shit.
That should have been free. What are we doing?
I'm gonna make you work for me. Come down here if you want my body. No, I can't get up this little ledge. That's sad.
They have a kettle one. Those were free loadouts, by the way, I think.
Yeah, they might. I think that that's like second. Like, could have they been second team? Could they be,
No.
like, I don't know.
I missed a lot of shots there, but dude, I thought when I went on that guy, Koos was gonna like fucking push and like blast him, but I don't know if he was hiding in the smoke or what. Oh well. It was a good try. Well, we can do free loadout if you guys want.
Yeah, sure.
Gotta end on a win.
It's true.
That's right.
This contract really obligated to finish on a win.
Night raid or play sport again? Or
Yeah, sure. You can just hit the lockers and
Yeah,
get
yeah.
some weapons.
yeah, cool.
That was so crazy though. I literally hit that guy with like 5 renegade shots and he didn't go down.
Yeah. Did you have like a secondary gun for like close range? I should have used my Stitcher there. I was using the Anvil, but
Yeah.
Stitcher's like so good. I feel like I would
didn't
have
have
killed
one on
him.
me, unfortunately. Next time
Gotcha.
I'll bring like a shotty or something.
Stitcher is always like a good offhand, I think.
Yeah, if I'm doing like a YOLO, I'll bring like Pharaoh and the Stitcher. I feel that's a good middle ground.
I should have shielded up. I think I would have won the trade with that guy if I was using the Stitcher instead of the Anvil. The Anvil DPS is just not that good, especially if it's not an Anvil 4. Because I had a Stitcher 4. I actually think I would have killed him. I always, like, I don't know. Should have switched to the Stitcher.
Going this way through the tunnels towards the departure, or?
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, like somebody posted DPS of each weapon. The Anvil does about
Stamina
30.
recovery tech. What a man.
The Anvil does 30 DPS if you're non-stop firing it. The Stitcher does like 70. So if you're like, the Stitcher is just so much better. Like if I unloaded a full clip into that guy, I think it would have been an easy kill. There's a weapons crate somewhere in here too.
Deadly gunshots that way, so.
Anvil feels better in some situations. Not all the time, though. Got a shotty.
Oh! Another one. One on this one.
Okay. They're all dead.
Survive.
Wait, what was
Probably,
it? What?
probably free loadouts. Good thing I got that shotty. Oh, not free loadouts?
There are 3 bodies here. 1, 2.
I'm on the 3rd.
Yeah, this is pretty.
Wait. I'm confused. Where's the first one that died?
Didn't they die like right next to each other? Oh, maybe it was.
Got one here.
Wait,
Yeah,
was it
it's
a duo? No, no. There's no way it was duo. I downed. Wait. Where'd the other guy go? There was 3, right, chat? Am I fucking crazy?
I don't know.
There was. Wait, was there not 3? Maybe it was a duo.
I'm actually not sure. Might have been duo, yeah.
poor guys.
Oh, I should be healing. Whoops. Have any extra heals?
Yeah. Oh, they didn't.
One more bandage.
Got an herbal do here.
Oh. We go up here, push the lockers.
Yeah, sure. What the?
That's
guess
gotta
we-
be a bug.
Okay, yeah, I guess we'll go lockers first.
Sure.
George Watsky, yeah, I know that guy. Better to. Can you get there quickly from inside? Oh no, I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
Kettle 2 in here. Not the greatest.
I can take any secondary gun if there is.
Light ammo. Over here.
Money. You get the kettle I dropped?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, you want to just go outside, hit the double locker?
Sure. Then we go murder peeps. Oh, that's
That's awkward. Oh, the surveyor's here.
just peeping.
Oh, did I leave the purple parts? Whatever. I should have picked them up to sell. I've gotten so many of them at this point, I just like don't even care anymore. The dopamine is gone.
If you guys go down, I'm gonna get in the tower, just look around, just in case.
Okay.
I can...
Yeah, see if somebody's coming from the other side. Oh. Somebody... Oh, shit.
Oh. Yep.
I'm throwing a flame. Throwing a flame inside. Oh, downed one.
Putting flame on this one as well.
He's hugging.
No,
he's
I
hugging it.
didn't
Oh,
fucking
you set me on fire.
do-
Legendary.
Not my fault that arch shoot like,
You're right there.
That's it.
This one?
Pushing out.
Yep.
You got him?
One here.
He's down.
Yep.
Nice. But they've
Holy
looted it, so all
fuck.
the
How
things
did they
are
not
them.
kill me, dude? That was insane. They fucked up so badly.
Oh, not free loadout. Anvil 4. Jesus Christ.
Oh, we cooking. Anvil, thank you.
Actually, yeah, heal up, guys, if you can. I can drop shield chargers in here.
Yeah, I got a bunch of heals from this dude here.
I just, if you get shot, Trey, you're fucking insta-dead.
Yeah. Just really need the heals.
Alright, well, I'm down to extract at this point. Since I'm free loadout and I barely have space for anything.
Yeah, that's as much as I'm carrying. Yeah, I'm down to clown.
Those blaze grenades I found came in so clutch, actually.
Except when I said kill
Yeah.
fire. That's brilliant. But I don't know, the arcs are so shit in this game for moving
Yeah.
grenades. I feel like I just always hit the ledges and everything in front of me instead of actually.
I mean, it is called Arc Raiders, so, you know.
True.
Right, I need some heavy ammo. This dude had some, but...
I'm dropping 40 here.
Heavy ammo in here.
Get a shoddy? I don't think so. Get a Pharaoh. Alright. Maybe we go to South Elevator. I feel like that one's way more
Yeah.
chill.
Yeah.
The other one's just right out in the fucking open. That's so funny, dude. That guy just opened mic. He's like, "How'd you let him in?" He's just shooting him through the window, though.
Well, like a feel a Q experience.
Yeah, they must have been. Yeah, exactly. Dude, they had the moment I opened that door, I see 3 people fucking staring at me. It's terrifying.
They don't like, yeah, he just evaporate somehow. One of them had even Anvil 4 and shit, I don't know.
Yeah, I picked up a Renegade and an Anvil.
The Stitcher is so fucking good, though. Like, the full clip just, destroyed a guy's shield and killed him. Crazy.
Somebody...
Oh. They might be leaving. I think they left.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I panicked so hard, I thought I was dead for sure.
I love that the moment I got an angle on the guy, you set me on fire.
I tried to be cool.
Okay, yeah.
I tried to be helpful. I flamed the front door, and then like, yeah, I'm gonna flame this corner here, but yeah, it didn't quite work out. I'm gonna go in my rat truck corner here. It's beautiful.
I like this spot.
Oh,
There's
that
only
is
like
so
one
cozy.
angle people can see you from. Like the wall.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Real Bill. Thank you for the Prime sub. I think we're good. All right.
Yeah, you like it, motherfucker.
I like it.
It's funny you can actually kill your teammates with the blaze grenades. Imagine like somebody like who Phil queues and just joins with blaze grenades and just kills his teammates for loot and then leaves. Most toxic behavior possible. There's gonna be somebody who does that. there always is. In Dark and Darker, there's like people who do that shit. They'll just join just to kill their teammates. Super lame.
Yeah.
That was a good one to end on, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
Reloadout
I
success.
enjoyed that final engagement.
Yeah, it was good.
So close of this 2 more levels and I can get this
The locker.
as well. So.
Yeah.
But I don't know why, I just put so many points in mobility without just thinking about it and just, oh.
Yeah, the second I saw that locker, I was like, I gotta get that. Seems too good. But it might get nerfed as well. Hopefully, not before you get it.
Welcome back.
I imagine it's still gonna be somewhat useful, even if it gets nerfed. Like, it still is
Yeah.
good for free loadouts at nighttime, especially. You can still probably, like, I wouldn't imagine they would nerf it too much that you would at least get blue items or something out of it.
Mhm.
Like blue
True.
weapons. Considering it's a 36-point investment.
Thing is, at the start of the game, you don't even know what skills are any good, right? So you just start dunking points.
Yeah.
They're not really being any respect thing, well, until the expedition, I guess, but...
Back to everything being full.
Yeah, alright, GG's, I'm gonna have to...
Yeah, GG, man.
As well.
Yeah, I should have some food as well. Thanks for the games, guys.
Yep. Have a good one, guys. Alright, chat. GG's. That was fun. I played Arc Riders with, I think I played with Spicy like one time. I don't remember if I streamed it or not. I think I did, maybe. Not sure. That was a good run though. Not bad. Dude, I wanna like I need to check the VOD for that, dude. That was so ridiculous when I opened the fucking door. I really should... Wait, could I see that guy right there? I wonder if I could have seen them. Like, I really should have checked. I think that's a guy right there. I'm not sure. Where did that flame even go? Oh, hello. Oh wait, you guys can't hear the audio. Or wait, maybe. Oh, No, shit. you can. Oh. Oh, Trey lit him up. This dude, if I threw the flame like back here, they would have been so fucking fried. I think it like went out the door or something. That was a fun fight. All right. Anyways, GG Arc Raiders. Maybe we'll stream more later at some point, but I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. We could maybe play like a short horror game for a little bit. I would be down if there's like an, I don't know. Do you guys have any suggestions for like horror game that's maybe like an hour long or something?